Hello, my teaserking family. How is everybody today? I need my sheets. Oh no, not my sheets. I was doing my homework yesterday, which involved looking at the past few weeks and trying to see what's going on. If two A teams play each other, if two over teams play each other, two under teams, do you bet against the Z? Just to get, I look for patterns. I saw some were mostly you had a decent team playing a W or a Z, you would win. Definitely, if the Z or W is favored, most of the time you would win. So nothing's 100%, but it does give us flavor on it. First, I want to talk about Mark McGuire. I was extremely disappointed in his video today, and I will not watch him again. He doesn't bring up how Comex, why we're using Comex. How do we blow it up? The Russians having physical gold for their oil. Doesn't talk about the Russian. He talks about that. Doesn't talk about the Russian gold-backed currency, and then talks about how people in China are buying it. Well, we already know that they got 65,000 tons. We get it. Why isn't the price going up? Why is this derivative? Why is the derivative price going down? I asked them, why the fuck are we even using derivative pricing? I don't use it for anything else. Why is there not a physical gold price? Why are we using a paper price? What the fuck is like? So I'm calling him out as a Madoff. So here's what I said. This is my first comment. All right, then here's my second and my third comments. Actually, I did 4 comments. And here's my last comment. So let me read them to you. So he does his little ring fence casino, blunt this and that, like when people talk to you like that, they have no idea what they're talking about. Have you ever heard me talk Chinese where you guys are sitting there going, what the fuck is he saying? I don't think so, because I don't talk like that, because I understand what I'm saying and I can put it at a 5th grade level so everybody in class understands what the fuck I'm saying. So let me read the first comment. Try talking English, Andy. No one understands what the fuck you're talking about. Ring fence, casino. Why is there no physical gold market? Why the hell are they using paper gold derivatives? Why are they using paper gold derivatives to price physical gold? It all sounds like a Madoff Ponzi scheme. You can see it for yourself. That's what I'm beginning to smell here. This is just a fucking Ponzi scheme. Oh, buy gold, and it's not going to go up. Like, what the fuck? Now, we know it'll go up, but not after listening to Mark McGuire here. Second one, when does COMEX blow up and we get a real physical gold price around 50,000 an ounce instead of this bullshit 1,900? You talk a lot, but don't say anything relevant. Russian gold-backed currency. There will be no war in China. Shake my head. The professor. That's for you, Bobby. So basically, you're not. Why aren't you talking about Russia's gold-backed currency? There will be no war in China. Why does he talk about it? They're getting ready for war. They're not getting ready for war. They will never go to war with America. They don't want war. I'm beginning to think Andy is clueless to reality and part of this Madoff gold Ponzi scheme. You're part of the problem, not part of the solution. Don't quit your bank job. I love that one. These motherfuckers don't want to respond to me, then they're getting my wrath, and I'm very pissed about it. And I mean what I say. If you knew what you were talking about, you would say, look, this is what needs to happen to blow up Comex. But you don't say that. Or if you do say it, we can't understand what the fuck you're talking about with ring fences and, all this bullshit you talk about, the casino and the ring fence and this and that. Maybe that's what you're saying, but nobody fucking understands what you're saying. So if nobody knows what you're saying, we can't understand it. What's the point of talking? So shut the fuck up. And if you want to be on YouTube and be listened to, then fucking tell us the truth and tell us in English. Don't tell us this shit. Remember to keep comments respectful and to follow our community guidelines. Fuck you. So that's his heading is 1.4 billion people about to create global gold shortage, which is a lie. First of all, he's talking about China's 1.4 billion, assuming they all buy it, which they probably don't have money to, assuming the government doesn't take it out, and assuming they haven't already bought, which they, I'm sure, have already done. What the fuck are you trying to say, Mark Boyer? So instead of saying China to buy gold, he says 1.4, about to create global gold shortage. There already is a global gold shortage, you motherfucker. What kind of stupid what kind of stupid, so I hate these scamming things. Like I got a call today about being in a car accident, or my car was in an accident. I said, what the fuck are you talking about? I've been in an accident in 20 years. Was it a small accident? I go, I don't talk to scammers. Shut the fuck up. And I hung up on them. You can see I'm in a pissy mood. I'm just tired of being played. The problem here is this idiot's been saying the same thing for 6 months. It's ring fenced in and this and that and all the silos and the China and the Russia. You're not telling me anything new. You're not talking about gold for oil, how it's going to blow up Comex. You're not saying why we're even using fucking Comex and where's a gold. Why aren't we using, this I go to the grocery store, the bottle's here, I pay what it says. We got a price for physical. Why isn't there a price for physical gold? Why is the only price we can find for paper? Does that make any fucking sense? That's about the same as Bernie Madoff never loses. He makes money every month. Well, how does he do it? Oh, he's a smart guy. Okay. Why are we using paper money, paper gold price? Why the fuck are we using paper gold price? Why? It's not the real price. It's a derivative price. It's price fixing. Why are we using it? So nobody's smart enough to figure this out but us? Are you fucking kidding me? Nobody can do anything about it because the mafia runs it? It's obviously a scam. It's clearly price fixing. What the fuck are they talking about? Why are we using that price? And why can't we blow the price up? How does it work? They have no gold. It's just paper. So we already know it's illegal, but why do we keep doing it? Who's behind it? Obviously, JP Morgan. After watching probably the worst movie I ever watched last night was Godfather 3. I was watching Godfather 1. I haven't seen it in a while. I'm watching that, and that's kind of a stupid movie. because the best character, Marlon Brando, is not in it as much as he should be. He gets shot. The whole thing's kind of. Then this Godfather 3 is by far the stupidest plot I've ever seen in my life after watching the first movie. I thought the second one was weak, but this one, why are you killing off Michael Corleone? Why is it about him getting killed? Then you want us to believe that the Vatican is mafia. You want us to believe that. And that they're all illegal and they're all taking money and bribes and they kill the Pope off. And you want us to believe all this idiotic stuff. Why did you kill the daughter off? Why is it about Michael's death? Can't we just have the next segment of here he is and he moves on to another, whatever it is that he does? I hate when they do that. I hated when they killed Tokyo in Money Heist. It made no sense. There's no point. Why are you killing her? No reason. You fucked up your thing because now if you come up with a new one, what are you going to do for Tokyo? I hate when they kill off the main character of the thing. I mean, don't they realize that's why it's popular? Right? People watched Money Heist because of Tokyo and the professor. Okay. And the fact they got away with the heist, which usually they get caught. That was beautiful about how smart the professor was, and they got away with it. Why'd you kill Tokyo? Why'd they kill the daughter? And Godfather, what was the whole point of the movie? There was no point of the movie. We're going to kill Michael Corleone. Why? Nobody wants to see that. If we get back to economics, is there any demand to see Michael Corleone get killed? No. And why the fuck are you killing him off? What is the demand to get him killed? None. We like to see him in that role. We don't want to see him like a pussy like he was in the movie. And then of all the kids to use, you use Sonny's illegitimate kid to take over. You couldn't find anybody else in the family to take it over? Really? Okay. Wow. Incredibly bad writing. Incredibly weak storyline. Anyway, I thought it was a terrible movie. I thought the plot was incredibly stupid. Well, Michael, if you do this, you'll be the richest man in the world. Well, from what I'm watching, he already is the richest man in the world, selling all the casinos and everything else. He don't need the money. There's no incentive for him to do it. Really stupid. Anyway, back to Mark McGuire. Honestly, I'm just fuming over his inadequacy to tell us what the fuck's going on. Otherwise, I don't need to watch him. And I don't know if I will again, especially when he has these stupid guests on. Okay, I liked last week with Alistair, but then he was on As Good as Gold Australia. I don't need to watch him here. And I don't need the guy that the host. What the fuck you need a host for? Why do you need a host to introduce the guy and say, oh, it's a great show. It was a great show. By popular demand, some idiot comes on as a guest that nobody cares about. So I'm really getting sick of it. I'd like to know those answers. I'd like to know why we're using fucking Comex and not a physical gold standard. Is it the mafia running it and nobody can do anything? Really? And then we have this gold for oil with Russia. Why it doesn't matter what we do. As long as they keep using Comex, it doesn't fucking matter. We could keep selling gold till it's blue in the face and there isn't any more, and the price is going to be the derivative price. We're not even going to have an actual market price. Really. And who the fuck's in charge of that? And nobody can do anything, apparently. It's all part of the Madoff Ponzi scheme for gold. oh, just keep buying it, but we're not, it's not going to raise the price. And they don't even get that. Andrew Maguire and all these other idiots do not get that. Oh, if we only bought gold, if everybody bought an ounce of gold, everybody bought an ounce of gold, the price still wouldn't go up because it's COMEX that's keeping the price down. Until we break COMEX up and call it illegal and throw those people out, what the fuck are we even listening to? So that would be like there's somebody has a point spread over here that says, what do we got? So let's say I got Miami 10 over the Giants. Well, let's say there's another point spread, Miami 3 over the Giants. Is that the one we're using? Now, there's multiple ones that say 10. There's 6 different casinos. So that we can see they're all 10. Okay. Why isn't there 6 different prices of gold? Why isn't there a physical price? Is it that manipulated? And we have to do what COMEX says when they print derivatives? Do we have to just, golly gee, I guess that's the fucking price of gold because they wrote derivatives, even though the market over here, everybody's buying and nobody's selling and it's going through the roof, but it's still, it's 1900. That's what we got to take. I'm smelling the biggest Madoff I've ever smelled here. This makes Madoff look like a Boy Scout. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Well, the British banks and the U.S. banks run everything. Fuck them. What do you mean they run everything? Somebody set up a market and I'll fucking do it myself. This is supply. This is demand. This is what I got gold. What do you bid on it? And you've got to ignore COMEX. The problem is, even on eBay, where it's supposed to be free market Austrian economics, they're still using the COMEX price to buy it and sell it. I'll put it at 2,000 because that's what COMEX says, which is a fucking joke. Okay, I'll put out the Montana rookie card and I'll get 125,000 for it because that's the real price. That's the free market price of that card, not this bullshit. So anyway, I just listened to the show. Maybe I'll watch it again. Maybe I missed something. But I don't, don't tell me the same thing over and over. And I hate when people tell me, well, I've already talked about this. What the fuck? Nobody can understand what you're saying. You could say the same thing every show and say, well, I talked about it last show, and everybody would still sit there going, I don't know what you're fucking talking about.
So I literally applied for this like 2 days ago from my bed.
So it's clear. It's clear in my mind that this is a Ponzi scheme, but yet we have to figure out what the Ponzi scheme's saying. See, here he talks about 2 physical gold drivers, Russian gold and all the citizens in China buying gold, but it's not a gold driver. Until you blow up COMEX, it's not real. Now, in my mind, in my world, they will blow it up. It can't keep going on. Because the Russians and Chinese want the price to go up, and they don't want these derivatives to keep going. And the way they explain the derivatives is it's a dot on the screen. If the dollar goes up, they sell gold. It's an algorithm. Really? That's going to lay the fate to all the people? So maybe the economy really won't crash because they'll use an algorithm. And it'll say, no inflation, everything's fine. Unbelievable. All right. Let's go to football. So yesterday, let's go to yesterday. So in college, Liberty beats Sam Houston 21-16. Liberty averages 40 a game. Sam Houston stinks. And somehow Liberty only beats them 21-16. Okay. New Mexico State. No, that was. Where's the fourth game? Then we got Western Kentucky 35-28 over L Tech. So if we look what happened, the A team did not cover against the W team. In fact, they barely won. I saw they missed 2 field goals from 30 yards. Why are they kicking field goals against Sam Houston? Then we've got Western Kentucky 5.5 and over playing L Tech, an E team, over under of 58, and it goes to 63. So that kind of made sense. It was a high scoring game. All right. So the first day we have the B team beating the Z team as the dog. The second day we have the over team beating the under team by 17 and covered, New Mexico State. Yesterday the A team barely, they're laying 20. They scored 21 on a W team. Holding them to 16 is not the problem, but where was their points? And the over team beat the E team. So we're trying to figure out. So that's what we're kind of looking at. So as we get more games, we get more stats, we get a better idea of the teams. Are they really an A team? You know, there's a lot of A teams that by stats are A teams, but they're really not A teams. So we have to really dig into, well, are they an A team because they played a high school team? If they played the high school team and they scored 50 points, but against everybody else they scored 30 points, they're not an A team. So you kind of got to dig into that. Now that slowly comes out. You put a little note next to it. And then you but you still got to eyeball the non-high school teams until you get to a good team. So Minnesota hasn't played anybody. Now they're going to play Michigan. Now we'll know Minnesota, Nebraska. Then they played Michigan, and now we see Nebraska. So, well, we knew Nebraska wasn't any good anyway, but that made it. All right, so let's go through the lines, and we'll go through the injuries. K-State, 10.5, 54, really hasn't moved. I'm not going to care if it moves a half point. Illinois, 3.5, 42.5. Those are your games tonight. So if we break it down, we got Kansas State an A team, Oak State an under team. Until they played Iowa State, they didn't score. Against Iowa State, they score a ton. Whatever. K-State's 11-54. So by our luck, K-State should win this game fairly comfortably. It's at Oak State, but Oak State doesn't have a quarterback. Okay. So that's how I would look at this game tonight. The next game, Illinois, Nebraska. Both teams are Illinois is a W. They don't score. Nebraska doesn't score. They did change quarterbacks. Now they lost 13-10 to Minnesota week 1, and Michigan killed them last week. They got killed by Colorado, and then they beat some nobodies. So what does Nebraska do here? Are they an under team? This is a very good question. They couldn't handle a good defense, but they get Illinois, who doesn't have a good defense. I think this will be a close game. Illinois is a W, so they don't score a lot. Their quarterback throws a lot of interceptions. I think if Heinrich Himmler plays, Nebraska wins. I think if Sims plays, they lose. So you could say this should be a close game, take the dog. As far as over-unders, it's really hard because when you got an under team and an over team, you don't know which way the game's going. Now, what I am noticing when two bad defenses like the Bears and the Redskins play each other, you tend to get a high-scoring game. So we can quickly talk on that game. I did have the Redskins, Bears. I played it over, which won very easily, I think by halftime. And I did play the Redskins +1 initially. I thought that they would win and that the Bears offense wasn't going to show up. But then as I was teaching here, I kind of said, you know what, this is going to, both defenses suck. They should score a lot. Fields, I brought up the New England game, and I said, I think this will be high. So right after class yesterday, I put in the over. And I played it with a strong pro game. Now, I actually wrote it in wrong, and I apologize to the customers. I said under. I said Washington under, but I said go from 44 to 38, which is an over line I put in. And then I realized that later on I went back to add some more picks, and I said, oh, fuck, I put under instead of over. So I changed it, and it was changed before game time. And if you did see it, you would have thought, well, wait, he must mean over because he's taking 44 down to 38, not under 50. So I hope that didn't screw up anybody. I apologize. I don't know what to say, but I did change it before the game. And I really didn't add it till 6 o'clock. So I think I changed it by 7 o'clock. So if you caught it, hopefully you caught the 44 down to 38. Again, just email me going, well, wait, you say under, but it looks over. What are you doing here? So just feel free to ask that question. But yeah, I usually am more careful. So again, I apologize for that, but I did catch it before the game. So, and a good hour and a half before the game. So because I didn't add it till 6, did you even see it? And then if you saw it, how did you bet it? All right. Moving on to Saturday. We got Toledo 19.5, 56.5. This is down from 60 against UMass. So I'll have to check injuries here. The A team's Toledo, and the over team is UMass. I think they're an over team. I'm not sure. They played New Mexico State over. They played Auburn. They gave up 50 points and scored 14. They've been getting killed most every week. So I don't know where the over is coming from because I don't trust that they're going to score a lot. So here, it's pretty clear that this should either be an over or a Toledo play. Again, you're taking the A against the over. So the A's got the better defense. So it should be able to shut UMass down. But with UMass's bad defense, they should be able to score. Just make sure Finn's playing, which we'll look at injuries right after this. This is the case, this is okay. Toledo's an A team, and that's now we're gonna use the A to pound the over team. All right. Go Army, beat the Navy. Army 2.5, 49.5. Down from 3. Army is an A team. They lost to Syracuse 26-19 or something like that. Boston College this year is an over team. They're scoring a lot. They're playing high-scoring games. Does Army play high-scoring? Yeah, they're throwing the ball more, as I stated. They got a new offensive coordinator, and they're starting to actually pass. They're not always wishbone. I think he's going back to the traditional, let's put the quarterback in the shotgun, I think. I don't know. I haven't seen Army. I'll have to check some highlights, but it doesn't really matter. They are scoring more. What I like here is that Army's the A team, but this over-under is only 49. I think Army will have no problem scoring on BC. And then I think BC should be able to score on Army. So I would think this is a very low over 49 to go to 43. This would make sense if Army can, score. It looks like the question is, can the other team take advantage of the over defense? And that was our question yesterday. Can the Bears take advantage of the Redskin defense? And Fields had a good day. So now let's take a look at that. Fields had a good day against Denver, and he's had a good day against Washington, two of the worst defenses in the league. So is Fields getting better? Yeah, until he plays Dallas, San Francisco, and Philadelphia. And that's what most of these idiots don't understand. That's why I say Zach Wilson – you got Zach Wilson going against Denver. He should look like he should look like Joe Namath because they suck. So if he played Chicago, he'd look like Joe Montana. Joe Montana, Joe Namath. He looked like one of the Joes. And that's what, but when you play really strong defenses like he's had, Dallas and Buffalo and New England, I mean, no wonder he's not, it's hard for him to show up. All right, LSU and Old Missouri. LSU 5.5, 63.5, up from 4.5. The Sharps on LSU. Bobby must have bet a lot. Bobby's pissed off. He lost last week with them. Look out. I have LSU as an over team. They do not have a defense. They have a running quarterback who can kind of throw. Maybe once in a while he's accurate. They're an over team. So they score a lot and they give up a lot. Missouri's a B team. Missouri can score. Their quarterback Cook's looking good numbers-wise. And I don't buy their under defense. I don't think they played anybody yet who's a strong offensive team. Over under of 63.5. Well, LSU is going to be at least in the 30s, if not the 40s. I don't think Missouri is going to shut them down. And then Missouri should score. They got a good quarterback. So I think this is also an over. I know Bobby will play LSU and, plus a half or money line it. The money line's only 210, Bobby. I think the lesson learned from last night's game with Washington, Chicago is you can't trust a team who has a weak defense. So you couldn't trust Washington to win the game. And the Bears have no defense. So you got no defenses, hence why you go over or under. In a no defensive game like you had, you go over was the obvious play. Because you can't trust Washington to win because they can't win without a defense. You don't win without a defense. That's why Georgia wins. That's why Alabama wins. They have a serious defense, and they just shut you out, and then they just run the ball a little bit. They score a little bit, and they beat you. And that's the difference with them. And but if you have no defense, like Georgia would have beat the Bears yesterday, and Alabama maybe. Well, but teams without defense can't win. Or you can't. You can only bet them over. So we'll get to that later. So I don't know. LSU, it's hard to play at Missouri and think they're going to win without a defense. So I think this is high scoring. I think the overs. The only way I would play the game. I'm not playing the game. And again, these are my analysis of the games, right? They're not necessarily my picks, my locks, my free picks. I give you the free pick. That's Oklahoma, Texas. We'll get to that in a minute. Well, we got to it right now. Now Texas is 5.5, down from 6.5. I've already got my bet in plus 12.5. That's why I get it in. I know where the line's going. Over under of 60.5. I already bet Oklahoma plus 12.5. Why? Because their defense is giving up 10 points a game. and they are scoring. And Texas gives up about 13 a game and scores a little. Like Oklahoma scores 40 something, Texas scores 30 something, like 38. So it's like a 5-point difference offense and a 3-point difference defense. Oklahoma's got better stats both ways. But Texas has played Alabama and Oklahoma hasn't. That doesn't mean anything. I just heard that from Alex yesterday, how Alabama's not the same team. So the Texas win doesn't mean as much because the Alabama team isn't the same team. They're not as strong. Tell that to Missouri, Mississippi, and Mississippi State. That they're not the same team. They just pounded them. They just needed to get Milrose ready. This is super revenge for Oklahoma, losing 49-0. So, well, both teams are going to be fired up. This is what you don't get in the pros, right? We got Frisco, Dallas. They're not going to be as pumped up as Oklahoma, Texas is. But this is a war. You take the better defense. I don't think Texas will be able to run on Oklahoma. I think they're using the Clemson defense that was so successful for Clemson because they got the defensive coordinator. And it's a lot like Oregon. They got the Georgia defensive coordinator. And I think they get there and they don't fuck around. And they said, fuck this. And now Oregon's running the Georgia defense and Oklahoma's running the Clemson defense. Good luck scoring on these guys. I mean, how Iowa State got 20 points on them, I'm shocked. But you put up 60 on Iowa State, you can score. They got Gabriel. They got the better quarterback. I'm not sure about the running game, and they got the better defense. Texas has a good defense. Nobody's arguing that. Oklahoma's is better, what they show so far. We haven't seen everything yet. They haven't played Kansas State. They haven't played – well, they did. I think they played Baylor, and I think Texas played Baylor. It was like 38-7 or something. I played the game under. It might have been Oklahoma. But understanding what these teams are, this is a dead even game. In fact, Oklahoma is maybe a field goal better based on the stats, but then Texas gets that field goal back because they won at Alabama. So against the bad Alabama team. Okay, so with all that said, is Oklahoma better than Alabama? By a mile. They got the better quarterback and they got a better defense than Alabama does. It wouldn't even be close. So with that said, the fact that Texas beat Alabama doesn't mean shit. It means they went on the road, but now you've got to play Oklahoma and they lost 49-0. I can't say that enough. That's the critical part of this bet. I got revenge with the better team looking for the revenge as the dog. Oklahoma was favored here. I don't know what I would do. If they were a 6-point favorite, I really have a hard time with this one because of the revenge factor. But why are they getting 6.5? It doesn't make sense to me. This is at most a field goal game, and I think Oklahoma should be a 3-point favorite. So there's a little bias on Texas for some reason. I don't know. Maybe Oklahoma had a bad year last year, so no defense. This is not the same Oklahoma team. This team has a killer fucking defense. I don't think they'll be over-under in this game is 60. I don't think it gets close to that. This is probably a 24-21 game. I mean, that's it. You're looking at a 40-point game. This is 60. I like the under almost as much as I like Oklahoma, but I'll just play the Oklahoma part of it. So Oklahoma and 12.5 is my bet. I have bet that game. I have teased it with somebody good. No, not with Miami. I don't remember who I teased it with, but definitely, I'm not even worried about this game. Some of the games I worry, like Ohio State, Maryland, I'd kind of worry about. They're laying 20. Are they going to cover the 20? Probably Ohio State will go off like they do. I'm not even worried about this game. I am so confident that 12.5 wins, I don't know why I'm not locking it, to tell you the truth, but it's the free play, and it'll be in 2 teasers. All right, so with that said, A versus A, strong defense against strong defense. You take the points. every time. Once you realize they're both A teams. Now, in this game, Ohio State 19.5, 57.5. I got them listed as both A teams, but I don't buy Maryland's an A team. I do buy Ohio State. I'm not even sure they're an A team. Just by the statistics, they're A teams. They fucking barely beat Indiana. They barely beat Youngstown State. Okay, I give them the Notre Dame win. I think that's bad. I think Notre Dame lost with bad coaching there. I don't think Ohio State won that game. Notre Dame was the better team with Hartman, and they didn't use Hartman right. They didn't run the ball enough, and they didn't, I don't know. They didn't blitz enough Ohio State. I thought the coaching was terrible for Notre Dame. But we'll give Ohio State credit for that win, of course. And it was at Notre Dame. Not that that means anything. So here you got Maryland, who, is an A team, but really, I don't think so. Who did they beat? Ohio State give them Notre Dame, right? They beat Notre Dame. But if Maryland played Notre Dame, Notre Dame would be 20-point favorites. So that's what I'm looking at here. I think Ohio State. Now, the problem I have is Ohio State's quarterback sucks. So now I got a bad quarterback. I'm not sure if their defense is that good, but let's give them credit. Their number's low. I think they're giving up 10, 11 points a game. And Maryland, Tug Tagliavoa, just like his brother, will choke in this game. 3 interceptions. So that's why I kind of lean towards Ohio State. They'll get the breaks. My problem is their quarterback sucks. So I don't know they're going to get the 50 points that when they had Fields there. See, that's the thing. Fields at Ohio State, that looks wonderful against Maryland. But you get them in the pros, it's a totally different game. They're not prepared for it. None of the Alabama quarterbacks are. None of the Ohio State quarterbacks are. And none of the Oklahoma/USC quarterbacks are ready for the game. They're running a system that doesn't work in the pros, but yet, let's draft an Ohio State or an Alabama quarterback. So I see Ohio State. I think 13.5 is a big number. But if Maryland was really an A team, it would be 6 points. It wouldn't be 19. So I think I like Ohio State here. But here's my point. I don't think Maryland's an A team. Let's take a look. Let's dig in. Who has Maryland beat? Townsend, 38-6. Wipe that out. Charleston, 38-20. Wipe that out. So they played 2 high school teams fucking up with my numbers. They beat Virginia 42-14. They beat Indiana 44-17, and they beat Michigan State 31-9. Only the Michigan State game was on the road. So now you go, well, Virginia's a Z team, Indiana is an under team, and Michigan State's a terrible team, but let's call them a W. So they played 3 bad teams. Now they put up 42, 44, and 31. So if we do our math, let's say that's 37. They gave up 14, 17, and 9. So let's call that 13. That's where we're getting the A from. But this is the problem with college versus the pros. Here, we have to realize, well, they haven't played anybody who's any good at all. And therefore, beating Indiana 44-17, does that translate to Ohio State? No. So we're 5 weeks into this. We have no idea who Maryland is. They beat Michigan State at Michigan State right after the coach gets fired, 31-9. And in effect, Washington beat Michigan State at Michigan State the week earlier, 45-0. So you can see Michigan State's not a good team. And then Indiana, they don't score a lot. That is a little impressive, 44-17. But you don't get anything out. There's no meat here. They didn't beat Penn State. They didn't beat West Virginia. They didn't beat Iowa. They didn't beat Michigan or Penn State. So they got to play Michigan, Penn State, and Ohio State. We don't know who they are now. Now, if they go into Columbus and win the game, I'll take them against Penn State and Michigan. Okay, that's good. But I have no idea. I know Ohio State beat Notre Dame. I also know they barely beat Youngstown State and they barely beat Indiana. But I can see what they did here. So statistically in the 3 games they're in A. But again, who are they doing it to? 40 points on Virginia and 40 on Indiana and 31 on Michigan State. Is that good? I see. This is where you still have no idea who Maryland is, and this is the problem, right? I mean, we're on week 6, and there's at least, I'd say, 25 college teams you have no idea, because the high school games and the week game, the Z teams or W teams on their schedule, you have no fucking idea. You have no idea who they are. Now, Ohio State did beat Notre Dame, so we have an idea, but that's it. So that's why you stick to the Ohio States and you don't play the Marylands. But we're missing that. If Maryland really is this good, we've missed the Indiana bet. We missed the Michigan State bet. But we don't know. And yes, that's still impressive. Those 3 wins, putting up 40 points on those 3 shows me something. So does that make this game an over then? I don't know that I can take Ohio State with that quarterback playing 19. If they're for real at all, Maryland should go over, or Ohio State might get the over anyway. That, I think, is the only way I could play this game. I actually have under there, but I'm going to change it to over. I haven't bet this game. It's not a pick. I've picked Ohio State and the under, but now after looking at it, I'm going to go Ohio State and over. With Ohio State, I'm skewed because of the Notre Dame game that, they had this super defense and we lost taking that game over. So I got to be careful with it. So do I know? Does Maryland have a great defense? No. They're not going to stop Ohio. This is not going to be like the Notre Dame game. And Ohio State plays better at home. Again, this is a game that's extremely difficult to play versus the Oklahoma-Texas game, which is extremely easy to play. 2 good teams take the dog. Here, I don't know if either of them are good. We'll give Ohio State some credit for beating Notre Dame. I don't like their quarterback. He didn't show up in that game. So this is a game. This is more of a game to watch and learn. If you have to play it because you're a addicted gambler, then I would play it over, because I don't know if Maryland's offense is real. And I think Ohio State normally scores in this type of game. So I think Ohio State can put up the 30 and Maryland in the 20s, and it's 51. I think it gets to the 50s in this, and this is a low enough total of 57, not like the 71 at USC every week where you're going, well, fuck, their defense sucks, and what are we going to do? Eat my omelet, Bobby. All right, Wisconsin 12.5, 44, down from 14. And down from 46. The Sharps are on Rutgers. Rutgers is a strong team. Now, they're an A team like Maryland's an A team. I don't buy it, but they are. Again, they didn't play anybody. They played Michigan and got killed. This game's at Wisconsin. But when I look at their quarterback, Mordecai, he's only thrown 3 touchdowns and like 3 interceptions. It's like I was expecting 20 touchdowns by now. When they get into the red zone, they're running the ball. So he's not throwing touchdowns. He's getting them there, because I watched the Washington State game. He had some beautiful passes and got them down deep. And then they hand it off and the runner scores. That's really how you're supposed to play red zone. Once you get in the red zone, if you got a power runner, they can't stop it. He scores. The passing's really ridiculous in the red zone. It's just pure luck. You either are running a pylon route or a corner route and throwing it up and praying that your guy can out jump the other guy. It's just a stupid play. So 12.5 and 44. What a low total. Now Rutgers has a good defense. Now the Michigan game, they lost 31-7 or something like that. I don't think Wisconsin's got that defense or that offense to do that. I could see Rutgers in 18 here, but the game's at Wisconsin. But I think Rutgers can keep it close. And the fact they played Michigan will help Rutgers here. But again, I'm not running the Rutgers. I don't buy their offense. I'm not buying Wisconsin's defense either. So I'm not really. The expected outcome of this game is fucking clueless. Maybe under 44, under 46 was better. Under 44 is a tough one. So that's where I'm at with that. So it's really it's a learn game. It'll probably be close and it'll probably be low scoring. Western and Old Mississippi State. Why is this game playing? Why is Western playing this game? And why is Old Mississippi State not playing an SEC team? 20.5, 56.5. Hasn't moved. Both teams are over teams, which makes it really a 56 looks like a low number. It's hard when a MAC team goes to the SEC to do anything. Usually they go to Georgia and Alabama and get their ass kicked, and maybe Kentucky, Tennessee, they get lit up. Old Mississippi State, pretty good. Rogers, good quarterback. Not a great defense, as you can see. Western, they should light them up. I don't know about the 20. This could get up, it could get way ugly. But Western is an over team in the MAC. So I would think over 50 is the safe play. But Mississippi State should probably bury them, I would think. This is a chance they can get that easy win. But again, just because they're a MAC team. MVP. Yes, sir. Great job with NFL last week. Thank you, sir. Yeah, I had a great week. I had Washington over yesterday. I was explaining that earlier, but thank you. And I'm expecting a better one this week because I really got it figured out. Now I know Washington and Chicago both have terrible defenses and pretty good offenses, so it was easy to take the over yesterday. And now I can see that, right? Before I couldn't. And now I can see Denver and the Giants both suck, and we want to bet against them. And, we can see Kansas City doesn't look right. Cincinnati's got problems with Joe Burrow. So week 1, I'm betting Joe Burrow, but I ain't betting him this week. So you get off the bad teams and you find, I've been on the Jets every week, www. All of a sudden, Houston and Indy, we can see what's really going on with them. They're not really under teams. And then we see Carolina is struggling with Steve Young. So we get a better flavor, and then it makes it easier to pick when I kind of have an idea of what's going on. And the only game I really am struggling with this week is the fucking Buffalo-Jacksonville game. They're letting Jacksonville play second week in a row in London, and Buffalo has to travel, and Jacksonville's well rested and waiting for them and not flying and not time zone. That's fucking ridiculous that Jacksonville gets back-to-back games in London. That is so unfair because they've already got the jet lag out of them, right? And they've been there. They're on the time zone, and here comes Buffalo flying in. Now they got to get used to the time zone, and Jacksonville's already used to it. It's absolutely ridiculous. How they could do that is absolutely unbelievable. So be careful on Buffalo. They should win the game. If it's in Buffalo, they kill them. If it's in Jacksonville, they probably beat them, not by a lot. In London, after Jacksonville's been there a week, that's a big problem. It's crazy. Same issue with Jack's Bills game. That's what I'm talking about, the Jack's Bills game. That's exactly what I'm saying, Buffalo. That's what I meant, the Buffalo London game. I said that. Be careful with that one. Anyway, let's get back to college. So we've got NC State 6.5, 43.5 against Marshall. Marshall's a very good team. They got a good defense. They have a great running back, Ali. NC State's an under team. So we've got a B team in Marshall playing an under team in NC State who's really not that good. It's out of conference. Marshall is in West Virginia, North Carolina State, obviously, in North Carolina. 745. This down to 744, actually. It's a difficult. I think it's an under. You got two strong defenses and not really strong offenses. So if we go art of war, we go, well, the strengths of the defense, which means not a lot of scoring. The over-under is 44, which is kind of low. I'd rather have it in the 50s. So I can go under 50. Normally it'll hold, but what happens is then you get the pick sixes. You get a kick return, a punt return. Then there's the go for it on fourth down, which seems to be the flavor of the month by these idiot coaches listening to these algorithms who are sitting there going, oh, well, it's fourth down and 2, but the algorithm says we should go for it. So what the fuck, we'll go for it. And then we don't get it. Well, the algorithm didn't say we wouldn't get it. It's just unbelievable. So all this is coming into play now, which never came into play. This fourth down shit never came into play. Look at San Diego, how their coach is not fired for 2 weeks in a row, having a lead with a minute left in their own territory on 4th and 1, going for it and not getting it. How this coach is still coaching. How he doesn't resign is beyond me, but how they keep him. Anybody who knows anything about football would have punted the ball both times. Not once, but both times. What are you fucking doing, man? Oh, it's just unbelievably stupid. Yeah, I mean, that's but that's the coaching now. The coaching in the NFL is the worst I've ever seen. You got 3 or 4 good coaches. After that, they all suck. And you want to bet on it, makes it really hard when you're betting on bad coaches. So that's why I'm very selective who I'm betting on, who I can trust. That's why we locked Seattle and the Rams last week. We could trust those coaches. Last night, you couldn't trust either of them. And he didn't decide to guard A.J. Moore, and he didn't decide to cover Fields, the Washington coach. He's a riverboat gambler. He's a fucking idiot. All right. So I think this is under NC State Marshall. I don't know. I got to start marking the quarterbacks a little bit better here. UTSA and Temple. UTSA 14.5, 55. Now, they're both W teams, kind of. Temple stinks, but UTSA has not had Frank Harris, the quarterback. He's back. Now they're not a W team. They're probably an over team. So if he's 100% healthy or 90% healthy, he'll light up Temple. So we don't know because this is his first game in about 5 weeks. So don't think of UTSA as the same team that, God, my nose, the same team that they look like here. So it'd be close, but I wouldn't touch this one yet. Central and Buffalo. Central 3.5, 52.5. Really hasn't changed. Both teams are over teams. So I would look for this to be a high-scoring game. And Buffalo getting 3.5 at home, I think, is probably a very live dog. So I think the dog in this game is good, and I think it'll be high-scoring because you got 2 offensive teams, and neither of them have a defense. So I think, just look at it for what it is. UCLA 3.5, 59.5 to Washington State. Washington State's an over team. They don't have that defense they've had. UCLA's an A team, but they have a very good defense, as witnessed. Now, you can't really take the Utah game because Utah doesn't. If they did it to Rising, that's one thing. Against that quarterback, anybody could play good defense. UCLA did show good defense against Coastal Carolina, but as we can see, Coastal Carolina is struggling this year with the new coach. We give Washington State full credit for beating Wisconsin and beating Oregon State, granted at home, but they still won. I think this game is dead even. I'm not sure UCLA. I would worry about Washington State's defense, but I don't know. This will be interesting. Can Washington State move on UCLA? Is UCLA's defense that good? Or Coastal Carolina's fucked up with the new coach and Utah doesn't have Rising, so they're not scoring on anybody. Does that make UCLA's defense better? And Washington State, we know, can score. Again, Wisconsin is very good defensively, and I don't think UCLA's is better than that. And Oregon State's, their defense is pretty good. So give credit for the 2 wins, even though they're at home. So therefore, I think this is a dog game. I think this is even. I like Washington State as the dog. I'm not touching the over under 59 because UCLA's got that freshman quarterback and they're going to sack him a lot. I don't know what that is. I don't know. I think it's a higher scoring game, but UCLA has not shown the offense is normal and their defense is very strong. Maybe. So we'll know more after this game. But I think Washington State's a live dog in this game. Getting 9.5, I think that's very doable. I think they can win. I don't think they will. I think UCLA wins at home. But I do like this game to be close. I don't see UCLA blowing them out at all. I don't love Washington State's quarterback. He's prone to turnovers, but he's been playing very well. He didn't turn it over against Wisconsin. He had a late drive at the end of the game. Wisconsin was making a comeback. They were up like 3, and then he drove them down and did some running and scored a touchdown and put the game away, basically. So I think even if Washington State gets down, they will come out. But it wouldn't surprise me if they won the game or this game's 27-24, something like that. So it's how strong really is UCLA's defense. But I know it can't be stronger than Wisconsin's. And Oregon State's got a pretty good one too. And he didn't have problems with it. So let's give Washington State credit for those wins, even though they're at home. Can't make that much of a difference. Although they are playing on grass and they are at the Rose Bowl, where Washington State has a natural artificial turf field. All right. Syracuse and then North Carr. North Carr, 9.5, 59.5. Really hasn't moved. This game started at North Carolina 6.5. Syracuse fumbled 5 times, cost us. I had them against Clemson. Clemson showed me a little bit more offense, but it was really the fumbles by Syracuse like they'd never carried a ball before. Syracuse was going about 45 points a game, granted not playing super strong teams. Clemson comes in and it's too big. The moment was too big for them. They choke. They fumble 5 times. They didn't give the game. I mean, they gave the game away on the fumbles. Clemson didn't do a whole lot. North Carolina is way overrated. The quarterback I think he's got 4 touchdowns and 4 picks. He hasn't done anything, May. 9.5, 60. You have 2 A teams, which, again, I question that North Carolina is an A team. See, when I look at an A team, I'm looking at Georgia. I'm looking at Oregon. I'm looking at Washington, Michigan. I'm looking at a team with a really good offense and a really good defense. I don't think North Carolina has either, and I'm beginning to doubt that Syracuse has a real, is an A team. An A team doesn't get blown out at home like Clemson. Clemson did last week, and North Carolina doesn't show me they're an A team. So, again, I don't know what to expect. If Syracuse doesn't fumble 5 times, they should be able to win this game with their offense, which is scoring 40 points a game. North Carolina doesn't have that defense. So even though they're both A teams, in my mind, I keep a mental note going, I'm not really sure they're A teams. They're not Georgia. They're not Michigan. They're not Oregon. So they're kind of like, I don't know what to call them, but statistically they're A teams. And that's the problem. That's what I have to mentally note when I'm doing this. Yeah, they're an A team, but they haven't played anybody. They're not. If they were to play Georgia, was it A against A? No fucking way. I mean, there's no way I'd take Syracuse against Georgia. So if I wouldn't do that, are they really an A team? So there's almost like big A, little A. And this is, I guess, little A. They're playing weaker teams, but their stats come out to an A team. I like the game over. I think it should be a even though both teams are A, so both teams have good quarterbacks and can score. Both defenses, I question they're under, and so I think they'll be scoring. I think this is an over here. 59, cut it to 53.5. 28-24 is 52, so we need a 30-27 gets us over. I certainly think that can happen. Clemson, 20.5, 52.5 to Wake. Clemson's an A team. I can believe it, even though Duke killed them. and Florida. They lost to Florida State, but in overtime. Okay. Duke killing them makes them hard to believe they're an A team. Beating Syracuse, who's really not an A team, helps a little. Wake Forest, I have as a B team. Again, beating Vanderbilt's probably their best win. So I think Clemson here is got 2 losses, can't afford another loss. So I think Clemson's fairly competitive here. Probably blows them out in this game. I don't think Wake. Now they don't have Hartman like they have. Like with Hartman, they went to overtime last year, but they don't have Hartman, and their new quarterback's okay, but he's no Hartman. So that's where I'm getting disappointed with Notre Dame. They've got Hartman. Why aren't they using him? They should be scoring 50 points a game with Hartman. What are they fucking doing? Florida State, Virginia Tech. Florida State, we know, is an A team, a top 4 team. Virginia Tech is the question. Virginia Tech is an E team, so they score mid-20s, give up mid-20s. I think Florida State lights them up here, 22.5, down 16. At home, yeah, it's a 3:30 game. So, yeah, I think Florida State, this is one of those 52-0 games. The Navy and North Texas. The Navy went from 5 to 6. And look at the sharps on the Navy. 6.5, 61. Okay, so that hasn't moved. Again, North Texas is an over team. They do not have a defense, and neither does Navy. So what we're saying is this should be a high-scoring game, but Navy's doesn't have a strong offense. So North Texas is very weak defensively. I think this game goes over based on both defenses suck. And that's what I'm starting to notice in my studying when I see this type of game and it's all over. Both teams over defense. North Texas has an over offense. I'm seeing high-scoring games. So at the end of the day, if you have a weak defense who gives up 30 a game, even though you have not the strongest offense, well, look at last night. I mean, the Bears are a Z team. They don't score. Even with their crap, they still put up a 40 last night with their defense. Their offense sucks. Got to get water. So that's what I'm noticing. So in this game, it should go over, even though really the only question is Navy's offense. That'll be does that get you over? Now there's better overs we can play, but I think that's how I would play that. Now the MAC games. We got Northern Illinois, 4.5, 42.5, down from 44. This is the league, the MAC, except for Toledo and Western, who don't have offense. Their offenses suck. Northern Illinois is a W team. They score like 15, 20 a game. Akron's an under team. They score 15, 20 a game. But you can see the line's 42. So they're expecting both teams to get 15. Now, do we play it like an Iowa State type of game where you got 2 weak scoring offenses so they won't score? And I think you could. I think you could play this under. I think you could take Akron as a home dog here. Why is Northern Illinois? They're a W team. Why are they a 4-point favorite to Akron? I think Akron's quarterback's out, Irons, but their backup's okay. So this is a tough one to play. I don't recommend it, but the only way I would play this is under. So you can see when you got good defensive teams with weak offense, you're not expecting a lot of points. When you got the Bears and the Redskins with 30-plus point defenses, you're going to get overs. And that's so if you understand the team, you can understand the outcome, then you can make your bet. And I think that's the only way, especially now. College is a nightmare with the transfer portal. Pros is not as big of a nightmare, but I think the difference in the pros that they're so bad, and then you've got these draft picks playing. What the fuck is that? You've got Richardson, Young, and Stroud playing right away. Are you kidding me? Mahomes didn't start right away. Are you fucking out of your mind that you're playing these guys right away? Do you think you're going to win? Carolina might not win a game this year. I doubt they will. And Houston, I doubt will win. Indy, I don't know why they're winning, especially without Jonathan Taylor. But Richardson's running around. I saw him I was watching the Ram highlights because I locked the Rams last week. And I saw there's a guy wide open on the sidelines. Richardson airmails him. The next pass, he throws it 5 yards in front of him, hits the ground 5 yards in front of him. And I'm just shaking my head going, what the fuck is this guy out there for? I don't understand the mentality of, we'll have athletes as quarterbacks. No, you need quarterbacks as quarterbacks. That's like me doing IT. I'm a finance guy. I'm an economist. I can talk economics and finance. I can't talk IT. I mean, I'm struggling with Mark McGuire going, what the fuck are you talking about? He's talking banking. And I go, what are you talking? Nobody knows what you're talking about. What is the point of listening to your show when nobody knows what the fuck you're talking about? Anyway, back here, Eastern 2.5, 42.5 to Ball State. Ball State is the Z. Eastern's the E. Now this game, I mean, I think you just go against Ball State. You take Eastern and you get 3.5 at home against the Z team. Here's what I think: you just bet against the Z. I don't know that you can bet this game under, but Ball State doesn't have good offense. And if we really want to think Eastern's got a strong defense, then yeah, maybe you bet it under. But I think you just take Eastern, bet against the Z team. Miami 9.5, 44.5 to Bowling Green. That's Miami of Ohio. Not my Tyler Van Dykes. 9.5 and 44.5. And this is Bowling Green's an even team, so they can score. Their defense isn't too good. Miami of Ohio is a pretty good scoring team. They're actually a good team. They're a B team. So they're a good team. That's why they're favored by 9.5 at home. I don't know how much we trust Miami of Ohio, but I think they killed somebody last week. Week 5, Miami of Ohio. Yeah, they beat Kent, the Z team, 23-3. So good luck with this one. But this one I think you could probably go over with. But again, the MAC is such low scoring. But if they're going to make all the over-unders 42, I don't know how you under those. Kent and Ohio, 25.5. Now they're probably Toledo's the best team in the league. Probably right up there. 25.5, 45.5 to Kent. Here I can see taking Ohio. Kent is the Z team. Got blown out by Miami of Ohio last week. Here comes Ohio laying 25. Again, betting against the Z team. Purdue and Iowa. We got Iowa 1.5, 39.5 without their quarterback. So McNamara from Michigan, the transfer, is out. He broke his leg, done for the year. So is Iowa. Run. They don't have much of an offense to start with, although they were starting to score 20 points a game. Purdue, we know, can score. So I would lean towards Purdue as the dog here, in the fact that Iowa can't take advantage that Purdue's got a weak defense, but Purdue should be able to score something on Iowa. because of, they're a good offensive team. So I think it's a live dog play here. Over under of 39 is ridiculous. See, if Iowa is not going to score, then I like the points. Give me 7.5, and all Purdue needs is what, 10 points to cover? Iowa won't get there, so that's kind of how I look at it. Alabama A&M, and Alabama is back to 2.5. They're playing games with everybody. 2.5, 46.5. Why did the spread go from 2.5 to 1.5? Now why did it go back to 2.5? Doesn't make any sense. I mean, what's causing all this A&M action, but now here comes all the Alabama action? Why is Vegas changing the line? If you know you're going to get the Alabama action. I like Alabama here. A&M's quarterback's out. Their backup's okay, but he's the backup. If you look at it, Alabama, they're both A teams. Now, do I believe they're both A teams? I don't believe A&M's an A team. I go to the Miami game, and Miami beat them like 48-34 or whatever. Miami put 48 up on them. Shows you how good Miami is. But A&M, well, okay, they give them credit. They beat Arkansas last week, but nothing too spectacular. Alabama lost to a good Texas team, no question. Milrose sucked through 3 picks. They bring in the other guy, so you cancel that South Florida game 17-3. They still won, but the guy couldn't complete a pass. So if they have to if Milrose gets hurt, Alabama's in big trouble. He's running the ball. I think what they'll do is they'll change the play calling, and they'll do more running with Milrose and less passes because they can't trust them. They don't want the interceptions. I think the key to the game is Alabama's defense. They shut down Ole Miss, which is, you saw how strong Ole Miss was to LSU. Ole Miss puts 50 points up on LSU, 10 on Alabama. And you're saying to yourself, well, why didn't they do this to Alabama? Well, when Alabama wants to play, and they've got the loss, so forget the fact when it happened. They have 1 loss, and they cannot have 2 losses. That's not going to happen until they play Georgia. Maybe LSU, but after watching LSU, I don't think LSU can beat them. So Texas beat them, which pissed them off. They can't afford a loss, and it's only at 2.5, and A&M's got their backup quarterback in. Oh, okay. Now, we know Alabama's quarterback's not a good quarterback, but he's a good runner. I look for more of those run plays, and I'm not sure I see an A&M defense going to stop them. Not watching the Miami game, when Miami lit them up for 48. Now that's Van Dyke, but they still ran it down their throat. I think Alabama plays ball control. They don't risk the quarterback throwing too much interceptions. If they have a clean game, their defense will win it for them. So I think Alabama wins the game over under 46.5. 2 A teams. Now in this situation, I don't think A&M's as strong as Alabama as an A team. As I was saying, an A team doesn't go to Miami and get their ass kicked. So statistically, A&M's an A team, but again, who they played. So let's look at that. We know who Alabama plays. We watch their games every week. Excuse me. They played New Mexico, which is skewing them. They won 52-10. They lose to Miami 48-33. They beat Louisiana Monroe, who's the Division I, 47-3. They beat Auburn 27-10, and they beat Arkansas 34-22 with the backup quarterback. So Auburn's kind of weak. Lou Monroe sucks. New Mexico sucks. So the 2 games, they beat Arkansas, lost to Miami. So they scored 30 points in each of those, and they gave up 30-some on the average. So you see, here's the problem. Louisiana Monroe 47-3 makes them look like they have a good defense. Auburn 27-10 makes them look like they have a good defense. Arkansas gets 22 on them. You can't count New Mexico. So then you go to the Miami game, 48-33. That's why I don't believe they're an A team, but I know Alabama, okay, they lost to Texas, but they beat the way they beat Mississippi and Mississippi State, are pretty potent teams, makes me see that I think they realize they don't have a quarterback, but he can run. And I bet you they don't throw 10 passes in the game. My guess, maybe they will, but there'll be screens and safe passes, nothing long, because the guy can't read a defense. Typical Alabama. So yes, in a normal Alabama, Georgia, I'm taking the dog. Alabama, Michigan, I'm taking the dog. I don't trust A&M as the dog here. So I like Alabama, I think, wins this game. And again, the spread went from 2.5 to 1.5, now 2.5 again. So, I was curious if I was going to get Alabama as the dog, and I would have to go sell all my gold to bet on Alabama as a dog in this game. But now it's going back to 2.5. All right. Texas State, Lou Lafayette. 2.5, 67.5. Where are you, Lou Lafayette? Down here. Lou Lafayette, 2.5, 67. That's really where it's been. Nothing's changed. Both teams are over. Texas State beat Baylor. Lou Lafayette's strong offense. Neither team has a defense. It's an overplay for sure. The question is, it's 68 is a big overplay. Now, when Texas State played Baylor, they were in the 80s, I believe. Lou Lafayette. Let's see who Lou Lafayette lit up. They lost to Minnesota 35-24 last week. They beat Buffalo, the MAC team, 45. Not the Bills, the Bulls, 45-38. They laid up UAB, which is 41-21. Old Dominion, they lose. And then Northwestern State. So they've been scoring, against the 24 against Minnesota. So they've been scoring pretty good. And they've been giving up 38 to Old Dominion, 38 to Buffalo, 35 to Minnesota. So this is definitely going to be should be a 70-point game. They played a 62, an 83, and last week was a 59 to Minnesota. So that makes you a 60, 61, 62. Yeah, it's a big number, but I think they definitely get into the 60s. So I think you could take this over. But Texas State's a hell of an offense, so definitely you should get. This is a perfect over game because both defenses suck, both offenses are good. Nobody's going to stop each other. And in these lesser leagues, these tend to be very high-scoring games because this goes up and down the field. They're not really trying to run. We're going to keep throwing and scoring. UCF, Kansas. UCF, 1.5, 63.5. So this went from Kansas favor to UCF. Kansas's starting quarterback's out, but I like being the backup better. He played most of last year, and he was much better. He'd come in. He was a good quarterback. Daniels, the starter, runs a little more option. So both teams are over teams. Well, actually, UCF's a B team, but they give up 25-26 defensively. Kansas isn't over, but they played, if you look at the BYU game, that was like 37-28. I had BYU in 12 in that game. And then you got the Texas game where they gave up 100 points. So it was pretty close in the fourth quarter. I had Kansas in 26, I think, or 22. I had 22-23. And I was right there. It was a 10-point game, middle of the fourth quarter, and then boom, boom, some long runs by Texas. Otherwise, this game, it's not that bad. So I don't know. 63 gone down to 57. Is Kansas the over team they've been? I don't know. They're going to score. UCF. It's a hard over. I think I can see Kansas as a home dog being a pretty good play here. I don't know where UCF, because of the quarterback being injured, but they got a backup. So I don't buy that. I like Kansas as the home dog. Florida 18.5, 51.5 to Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt's an over team. They can score. I like their quarterback Swans. Good one. Florida, Mertz sucks. Their defense, They played against Tennessee. Kentucky killed them. They're giving 18 and 52. Giving 18. I think Vandy can score. I don't think Florida can put up enough to really kill Vandy, although they do play harder at home. 52. I don't think you can trust. I don't know if you go over or under on the game because you basically have an under team in Florida and an over team in Vandy. So this makes it very difficult. I would just watch this game. I think Vandy can cover with the 24. I just don't think Florida scores enough. But they're at home. It's a different animal. Troy 15.5, 52.5 to Arkansas State. Arkansas State's an over team. They've been lighting it up the last couple of weeks. They're really scoring a lot. Troy's an even team, but Troy killed somebody last week. Over under a 52. I think this is an over team. I think Troy can score. Arkansas State's been scoring over 46. I think it's a joke in this game. This is definitely an over. South Florida 3.5, 68.5 to UAB. Also an over game. Both teams score and have no defense. But again, it's a 68. I think you get more mileage on the Arkansas State. Troy's only 52. All I need is 46. Two pretty good offenses. Here I got to get to 68, 68.5. So it's a big number. South Florida, UAB. I mean, it'll be a high-scoring game. Neither team has a defense, and both can score. It's just a 62. Yeah, they'll probably get there, but it's just it's a big number to choke. Rice, 9.5, 47.5. Connecticut's the Z team. Rice is an over team. I think you just bet against the Z team. Florida Atlantic, 2.5, 53.5 against Tulsa. Florida Atlantic's quarterback is out. Broke his leg, gone. Back up, not doing it. Tulsa's an over team. Florida Atlantic's a W team. Tulsa's a very live dog here. As Florida Atlantic being a W with no defense, Tulsa should be able to score and keep it close. The odds on Florida Atlantic blowing them out without their starting quarterback, I don't see it. So I like Tulsa there. As they're a very live dog. Again, the quarterback's out, and they can score. Prime. The Sharps are on Arizona State. Look at this. Coach Prime down to 3.5 from 4.5, 58.5 from 60. Look at this. How can anybody bet against prime time? What are you kidding me? Colorado, we know, great offense, terrible defense. Arizona State's kind of misleading because they played a good game against USC. Well, everybody scores against them, but they got their quarterbacks back. Pine from Notre Dame and another guy who were both hurt, so they're not scoring points. They come back. Like I said, they put up 28 or 35 on USC, and last week they had a good game. So they're starting to score. Who did they play last week? So they lost to Cal 24-21. They lost to USC 42-28. They got shut out by Fresno State, Oak State 27-15. So those four games, but they didn't have their quarterback against Oak State or Fresno State. They get them back against SC 42-28. So they make it a 70-point game. It's funny, SC's always like in the 60s and always getting a 70-point game. And then Cal, they lose 24-21. So they play a 45 with Cal, who's got a much better defense than Colorado. So they're starting to score. They'll put up in the 20s. Colorado will get, hell, all we need is 30. 30 to 24 is a 52. This is a 58. All we need is 52. And Arizona State's going to score you. They got their quarterbacks back. Okay, USC 28, but USC is no different than Colorado. 28 there, they should get 28. And again, they got their quarterbacks back, which is huge. They had lost the first two quarterbacks, so they're on their third stringer. Now they got them both back, so that's a huge difference. This is an easy over here because we know Colorado, though it's at Arizona State, so it's at the desert. I don't trust Colorado on the road. I don't know if Arizona State can pull off the win, but if it's close, maybe Colorado can win it, but don't look for a low-scoring game. Georgia, 14.5, 47.5 against Kentucky. What can I say? Both teams are an A. I do believe Kentucky, they did beat Florida, so they have a good win. Have they beaten anybody else? So they beat Florida, we know, 33-14. Vanderbilt, 45-28. Akron, 35-13. Ball State, 44-14. And Eastern Kentucky. So throw out Eastern Kentucky. And that was a close game, 28-17. 35-3 to Akron. And then Vandy. See, I say Vandy's a good scoring team. 45-28 to Kentucky, but Vandy put up 28. And then last week we had the under free pick. And it comes in at 33-14, 47. We're under 49-50. So it's Kentucky, they scored against Ball State and Akron, against Vanderbilt, not a defense. Florida, 33. Well, I don't see 33 on Georgia. This should be a pretty low-scoring game. I think they have a pretty decent defense. Georgia's Georgia, and they've been playing, it's a new quarterback, so they've been running more, playing defense. That's why they've been behind a little bit, and they kind of open it up to win the games, but they've been winning the games, so I don't see why that'll stop. So definitely, I'm not sure Kentucky's an A. Georgia, I'm sure, is an A, but let's give Kentucky an A. So probably it's a Kentucky and 20.5 bet, but I'm not ever betting against Georgia like that. So I'm gonna probably think it's a lower scoring game, just because Georgia plays great defense. So you've got to you're not looking for a lot of points in a Georgia game. The Ohio State game was a mystery to me. Fortunately, it's the one game I didn't play them under, because the spread was only 6. So I had Georgia even, and I needed a missed field goal at the end to win it. And then the TCU game, I did play it over because of the injuries. But normally, I would always play Georgia under because they just kill you. I mean, you're lucky to get first downs, forget scores, and they don't do much, although they are throwing to Brock Bowers more, which I like to see. But, yeah, Georgia under, just pretty much. And maybe not this year. Maybe with Stenson Benson, I think they got to beat half the pro teams. South Alabama, 10.5, 50.5. Hasn't really changed against Lou Monroe. South Alabama's not as strong as they were last year. They're kind of an even team, which score in the mid-20s, offense and defense. Lou Monroe's a W. Games at Lou Monroe, I don't know what you do with it. Probably over. From what I'm seeing, that Lou Monroe is a terrible defense, but neither South Alabama's not great, and they can score. So I think you go over when I see the kind of weak defenses. I think Lou Monroe can score a little bit. Old Dominion against Southern Miss. Southern Miss is 2.5, 57.5. That line went up. So the Sharps are on Southern Miss. Look out. like to meet these sharps one day, pick their brains, and laugh at them. 2.5. I like Old D and 8.5. Unless there's some injury. They're an E team with a weak defense. Southern Miss is a W, so they have a weak defense. Old D had some good wins, played some good games. Southern Miss is terrible. All they got Frank Gore Jr. on it, so they make a big deal about that. Quarterback, I think's hurt. So I think Old D's a live dog there, unless there's an injury. We'll check injuries in a minute. Old Miss against Arkansas. Old Miss 11.5, 61.5. Arkansas is a B team. They score a lot. Their defense is okay, not great. Like against A&M, they gave up 38. And Arkansas is pretty much an A team. They played Alabama 24-10. Had the ball at the 10-yard line and missed that. But they're an A. They play pretty good defense, pretty good offense. Arkansas, I like Jefferson. They can score, and not really a good defense. Now here's where you get kind of caught. You watch the game with Mississippi and LSU, and you see all the points, and you think, oh, well, that's what'll happen this week. And that's really where you get caught, is that recall of the last week. Going, oh, well, that's what'll happen this week. Which doesn't happen like that, but this is like poker. I had a king high flush last hand. Does not mean I'm going to get a king high flush this hand. And that's the critical part about betting, is you can't look at last week and assume it'll be the same game as this week. It doesn't happen that way. So the Bears beat Denver. They lost to Denver, but it was high scoring, and then they got high scoring against Washington. But what it is if the Bears play San Francisco next week, you think they're going to put up a lot of points? I don't think so. So a lot of it depends on who they're playing to get to the outcome of that game. So what the Bears did with Washington is totally meaningless to the Bears next week. So just keep that in mind. So what Ole Miss did to Alabama, 24-10, and then they put up 50 points on LSU. So when you look at it, Arkansas doesn't have that strong defense like Alabama does, probably the same as LSU. They're laying 11. Arkansas played LSU 37-35 or something. So, you don't know what you're going to get. How strong is Mississippi's defense? Didn't exist last week, and even Alabama put 24 on it with Milrose. So I think this could be a 61-55. I think that's a good overplay. Normally in this case, I like Arkansas with Jefferson as the dog, but I think it'll be a really pretty high scoring game. I think when Ole Miss gets going, I don't think Arkansas is going to stop them, but I don't think they can stop Arkansas either. So you could take Arkansas in 17, or you can go over, I think, are probably the way to play it. Michigan and Minnesota. Michigan 18.5 and 45.5. The Little Brown Jug. So that's some old story that they play for it, and there's a brown jug. I would have played for the Canadian Club 12-year. I think this should be the prize, not the Little Brown Jug. So it's kind of a rivalry, but I don't really think too much of one. Minnesota, I just read you, they barely beat some, who was it? I don't know, some nobody. God damn it. Michigan hasn't played anybody, and they keep beating them 42-0. Yeah, Lou Lafayette. So Minnesota beat Lou Lafayette 34-24, lost to Northwestern 37-34, lost to Carolina 31-13. And they beat Nebraska 13-10. So what do we take away from that? Where did their defense go? They had a really good defense last year. They started off 13-10 Nebraska, 25-6 Eastern, but now it's North Carolina 31, not bad. And then Northwestern 37, and they gave up 21 in the fourth quarter. And then Lou Lafayette lights them up for 24. So what I was expecting is let's just play Michigan under, which I played every week, is now I think I like Michigan more than Michigan under because I think that they will score a lot on Minnesota being a rivalry game. Minnesota's quarterback sucks. He's got like 4 touchdowns and 9 picks. And unless they change quarterbacks on him, but I don't think that'll really matter. I think Michigan's seen it all. But Michigan's an A team, and I believe that. And Minnesota is not an under team. I think they're an E team now. Judging by the last 3 weeks, this is not an under team. And that's where you get in trouble. So you think they're a good defensive team. Oh, I'm going to bet the game under. But then when you look at the last 3 weeks, you go, they're not a good defense. Lou Monroe puts up 23 and Northwestern puts up 37 on you. That's not a good under. A good under team's Georgia, right? We win every game. We give up 10 points a game. And that's what an under is. But that's not that Utah's an under team, right? You get good luck scoring on that team. But that's not what you have in Minnesota, but that's what you have in Michigan. So I think they just blow them out. 18 and a half, 12 and a half. Yeah, I mean, the way Michigan's playing, they're just, they're pounding you. Got the good defense. The quarterback does enough. He's not very good, but does enough. And then the defense just kills you. And Minnesota does not have the offense with this quarterback to do anything against them. So I think Michigan's probably right where they've been, like 41-7 or somewhere in that neighborhood. But I'm off the under because I don't have an under team I'm playing. When they played Rutgers, I was under. The other games, I was under because they didn't have an offense. Bowling Green's not going to light them up. But in this situation, Minnesota, not only won't they score, but they don't have a defense. So then it goes to play Michigan versus the under. So if Michigan were to play Utah, it'd be an under. If they were to play Georgia, well, you saw that game a couple of years ago. It was under. So we will see. All right. Notre Dame, Louisville. Notre Dame 6.5, 53.5. Really hasn't changed. Notre Dame is an A team. Louisville, are they an A team? Statistically, they are, but do we trust the statistics? Fuck no, we never trust them. All right, they play a 39-34 with Georgia Tech. Murray State doesn't count. Indiana 21-14. Boston College 56-28, and then NC State 13-10. So they're all over the board. BC 56-28, NC State 13-10. What the fuck's going on? Now you got Notre Dame, a good defensive team, and a good eye, and they got Hartman. So if I throw out the Murray State 56-0, I got about a 35-point offense with probably a 20-point defense. So they're probably statistically an A team. They played real teams: Indiana, Boston College, NC State, Georgia Tech. But Notre Dame lost to Ohio State. Simply have much better talent. I'm questioning the coach. They had to score at the end of the game to beat Duke. Now, I love Duke. Duke's a very good team. I've made a lot of money betting Duke over the years. Don't get me wrong. But what was Notre Dame doing fucking around with Duke so long? I mean, it was like 30 seconds left in the game, and they're losing. And they scored on a run up the middle to win the game. So Notre Dame should win this game, but I am leery of the coaching. But I don't think Louisville's an A team like the Oklahoma-Texas game. So I'm leaning towards Notre Dame. Even at that line, if it was 10, I would be all over Louisville. But Notre Dame, this should be like the North Carolina State game. And certainly winning at Duke. If they can win at Duke, they'll win at Louisville. Miami, Georgia Tech. Miami 20.5, 57.5. Van Dyke against Kings. Kings is the Georgia Tech quarterback. Very good one. They've been scoring a lot of points. Miami, I read you the A&M score, 47-34, whatever. Miami will light this team up, but Georgia Tech should be able to score something on them with their offense. Miami, you can lay, what are we, laying 20 down to 14. I think the prudent way is to play the 58 up down to 52. I can see that. Georgia Tech scores, and we know Miami does. So I think at the end of the day, if Miami is up 24, Georgia Tech comes back and backdoors you. I can see that happening, although I don't have the balls to bet against Van Dyke and saying, well, give me Georgia Tech in 26. I don't want to do that. I don't want to bet against Miami at home. I'm either taking Miami or because it's a high-scoring, explosive team like Georgia Tech, I want to go over on it. So that's kind of how you look at it. Notre Dame, I think, will win. That's why I'm not fucking around with Louisville in 12. But in this game, I think Miami definitely wins, but Georgia Tech should be able to score. TCU 6.5, 52.5 to Iowa State. What happened to Iowa State? Iowa State probably hasn't given up 60 points in 3 games combined in 10 years. They play a very good defensive game and a very good running game. And what's happened is all of a sudden this quarterback thinks he's Joe Montana, is throwing the ball all around. The problem is he's throwing pick sixes, which is killing my unders, and then he throws 75-yard touchdowns. I'm looking at the box score. 75-yard touchdown, 75-yard touchdown, 75-yard pick six, 75-yard pick. So there's 4 touchdowns a game is going because this idiot is throwing these long passes, but we're not sure which team's getting them, and he's getting a lot of pick sixes. So Iowa State is not running the ball to play under, to play Army and Navy ball. They're throwing the ball all over, which does not lead to an under. You want a strong running team like Michigan, right? They're running the ball, playing defense, beautiful under. You've got Georgia running the ball, a little bit to Bowers, strong defense, under. Iowa, these teams, Utah, can't get a first down, but you can't get a first down on them. Those are beautiful under teams. They don't score a lot, and good luck even getting first downs. And that's what you have, but Iowa State is turning into more of a passing team, and they're fucking up the unders, so you can't play them the way you used to. TCU 6.5, 52. TCU is an A team, which I question. Iowa State, I definitely question them being an under team, especially after giving up 60 points to Oklahoma. I think TCU can win because they are pretty explosive. I don't know. Again, I don't think Iowa State's an under team right now after the last 2 games, and that leaves TCU. Do they really have an under defense after watching the Colorado game? So I think this is more over than it is under, even though both teams statistically come out as an under. I think that doesn't hold water. I don't look at TCU as an A team like I looked at them last year as an A team. So I'm not buying that. I do think TCU can win, but I think it's more of an over than an under. I can't lose with Iowa State under anymore. But that's how I learn, right? So I play them. We lock them the week against Iowa, easy win. We lock them against Ohio, easy win. Then all of a sudden they start Oak State. That game, how did that game go over? Oak State gets 200 yards a game. They don't score. They got a pretty good defense. It should be another 10-7 game, and it's like 34-24. And you're like, what the fuck happened? And then Oklahoma 60. So once I see that, I dig into it. Then that gets me out. We'll look for somebody else to play with. I'm not going to play with them anymore. Fresno State 6.5, 43.5 to Wyoming. Now this is a very interesting game. Fresno State is an A team, and I believe that in conference. Wyoming's an E team. They did beat Texas Tech at home, and I think they had another good home win. Fresno State should get the win, but it's not as easy as it sounds. I think it's close. The over-under is 43. Good God. Which is surprising. Fresno State with Mikey Keene can score, and Wyoming scored on Texas Tech. I can't believe that this game is so low that it's 43. Unless they're expecting snow, but it's early October. I just 63. Fresno State might win. Wyoming plays very good at home, so I think it's more. Honestly, think it's more of a higher scoring game than if you tease it down to 37, Fresno State can score, and Wyoming again. They didn't shut out Texas Tech, so I think this is over unless check the snowstorm or maybe there's an injury. Colorado State, Utah State. Colorado State 2.5, 62.5, down from 64. In Utah. Both teams are over 62. This is an over game. There'll be a lot of points. Now you got 62 to 56. Why is this game being bet under? Who in their right mind goes under when you got two high-scoring teams with no defenses? People that don't know what they're doing, obviously. So I like this game under. I think 62, 56, no problem. Boise, San Jose State. Boise 9.5, 57.5. Same exact game. It's two high-scoring teams. San Jose State, we know, has got a great quarterback, Cordero. He did light up USC when we thought it was actually a good thing. He scored 28 on them. Now I'm not sure. Boise scores a lot. Forget the 9.5. I think you either take San Jose State or it's a high-scoring game, and you only have 58, so you only have to go 52. So let's check the weather in the Mountain West, Boise, Utah, Wyoming, and see if something's going on there. Otherwise, these are, light them up, go over games. Texas Tech 1.5, 59.5 to Baylor. Baylor's got their quarterback back, Chapin. He hurt his knee, but he's back, so it must not have been an ACL. It's not usual for Texas Tech to be a road favorite. They're not a very good defense. We know they can throw. Baylor is probably an over team with Chapin. Without him, the stats get skewed because they don't score, but with him, they're more scoring. So I like this game. Again, it's a 60. 59.5, up from 57. So again, this should be a pretty explosive. I don't buy Texas Tech's an even defense when Wyoming put up 36 on them. Let's check. Texas Tech. Are they really getting a defense? Against Houston, 49-28. So that was a 77. Well, at West Virginia, they lose 20-13. Against Oregon at home, it was an interesting game. They lose 38-30 on the last play of the game, and the Wyoming 35-33 game. So the West Virginia game, they have a pretty good defense, but I think they score 40, and Baylor puts out, how many does Baylor need? If they put up 40, Baylor, this is 60. It's 54. I don't think this has any problem going over again. Oregon State, Oregon State 7.5, 51.5, down from 9.5. The Sharps, they're monkeying around with us, 51.5 against Cal. Cal's an over team. They got a really good runner out. Their quarterback sucks. Pretty good, well, not a great defense. Oregon State's the better team here. They're the A team, and they played well at Washington State, but I don't think Cal. I think Cal just runs the ball on them. I do not like Buglia, as you know. Very strong team, Oregon State. So it's how good is Cal's defense, but here it doesn't show that good. So Again, very not quite sure how I would play this. Cal seems to be an over. Well, we got to look at Cal. I mean, that's the bottom line. What is Cal? What are they? All right, they beat ASU 24-21. They lose to Washington 59-32. They lose to Auburn 14-10, and then they beat North Texas 58-21. So if we look at the three games, Arizona State, Washington, and Auburn, they scored 10 against Auburn and then 32 against Washington, which is very impressive, and 24 against Arizona State. And besides the 59 they gave up against Washington, 21 against Arizona State, who doesn't really have an offense. I don't know what I just made out of that. So they score about 27. See, Washington inflates it. If you take the Washington game out, they've given up 21, 14, and 21. They're going to give up about 20. Not a great defense. That's an under. But see, the Washington game at 59 turns them into an over team, but they're not an over defense. But that's what you got. You got teams like Washington and Oregon that light you up, USC, and then it skews your stats. And that's the difference in college and pro. You don't have – Kansas City does not put up 50 points on you. Well, against the Bears they did, but normally Kansas City, San Diego is going to play a 27-24 game. That's it. It's not going to be you're not going to see 60s in the pro. Well, all right, Miami got a 70. Yeah, okay. But normally you're not going to see that. So this is how bad the pros are getting. But normally you see the games, 35, 28, somewhere in the 20s, somewhere in the 30s. But that's it. So it doesn't skew your stats up. But in this situation, the stats get skewed with Washington or Oregon. Oregon's killing Colorado with the 42-3 game or 42-6. So you do get your stats skewed. Now, Oregon played, Texas Tech, 38-31. They needed to score on the last play of the game to win it. It was 31-31, I think, or 31-30. And everybody, it was a stupid play. The guy intercepts it, should have fallen down like Mahomes did last week and then take three knees and win the game. You don't take it in for the touchdown. But that's what they did. And last but not least, USC 21-71 to Arizona. And Arizona is not that bad. Arizona State's the weaker team. So they're a B team with a pretty good defense. They played Mississippi State pretty well. They just played Washington pretty well at home. This game's at Southern Cal. I got them as a B team, so they can score if the quarterback's playing, we're going to check injuries in a minute. But let's go into here. If Delora's playing, we like the game over because we know USC can't stop anybody. Jake Delora set out last, questionable with the calf. Oh, him with the calf too. So if Delora plays, I think this is an over because, let's just face it, USC 48, unless they play Utah or Georgia, and they're going to give up in the 20s. So almost every USC game is a 70-point game. They went 70. They played a 73 with Arizona State, who really, is not a high-scoring team. So I think this game goes over just because USC goes over, and Arizona, their backup was okay. I'd rather have Delora, but they played Washington pretty close. So I don't think you can stop SC from putting up the 40. And last year Utah should stop them, and Georgia would, maybe Oregon might, maybe. I don't know. It's hard to say. Eggs and onions. So that is college. The free play. Go Oklahoma. Beat Navy. Oklahoma, very, very strong defense this year. Gabriel, they got it all. They're just as strong as Texas. Do you want, okay, let's put it this way. Do you want Texas even? Would you take Texas even? Or would you rather have Oklahoma plus the 12.5? Do you think, now this is what Bobby does. He takes LSU against Florida State, and I'm warning him, you want to take the dog in those games. And he doesn't. He takes LSU. Florida State wins. Because he thinks he can actually guess the score. He's guessing the score. I'm taking the guesswork out of it. What I'm saying is, who the fuck's going to win? But I got two good, solid teams. And I got revenge. I mean, if it's just a regular 21-20, 49-0, I got revenge. And I got two teams that I deem even. So I don't know the score of the game. Nobody knows the score of the game. But I think when the game's being played, can my team move? Yeah. Can my team play defense? Yeah. Is Texas going to blow them out? I can't see that happening. Therefore, I think it's a close game. Either team can win 27-24, which is what I think will be the score. Both teams have killer defenses. So I want as many points as I can because I know it'll probably be a close game because of the defenses. If you have strong defenses, you shut the other team down, a.k.a. Georgia, a.k.a. Michigan. If you don't know what you're going to get. You're going to get the Bears in Washington. So with that said, if it's a even game, just take the fucking points because it's going to be close. Now, in the Florida State LSU game, you got 3 picks by Florida State, and the game wasn't close, but the dog won it. So if you would have just, again, we bet this before the game, we're not Bernie Madoff. So, again, if you look at the game and you go, what the fuck, I've got to, I got to make the pick. What am I looking for? Well, I'll take defense. Okay, they both have good defenses. Both have good offenses, good quarterbacks, good coaches. I'll take the points, and Oklahoma can just as easily win as Texas can. So now I got 12.5. Texas beat them by 12.5. There's no fucking way. It could happen, but it probably is very unlikely with the defense Oklahoma has. If Oklahoma, that's what happened in Kansas last week, right? Kansas could stay with them through the middle of the fourth quarter. It was a 14-point game, and then they started to run down their throat. Well, they're not going to do that to Oklahoma. That's not going to happen. So you can see it should be close. My picks were this easy, then it would make it very easy. We'd all make a fortune. But that's it. So you got to realize you can in the pros, I pick scores, and I'm pretty accurate with it. I had the Seattle score 27-10. They won 24-3. I was the man. But, yesterday, I had an over game. It was clearly an over game because both defenses sucked. Just like the Chicago-Denver game. Both defenses sucked. They still suck. We'll get the pros. We'll do them tomorrow. Keep in mind, you have Buffalo-Jacksonville is a London game at 9:30. It's totally fucked because Buffalo has to travel, and Jacksonville has been there for a week and now is not resting, but they don't have to do the travel to London this week where Buffalo did. It's extreme unfair disadvantage. Why they're doing it, it should not be tolerated. Why they're even playing in London or Germany or Mexico. What the fuck? Do you think? I've been to Europe. I was there, I was in Lisbon last November. You get football on. It's on at the problem with football there, it's on at 1 a.m, right? So you're sleeping. The Sunday afternoon games are going on because they're 6-7 hours ahead. So you wake up. I remember waking up on Sunday morning to see the late college scores. They were still going on. USC was like middle of the fourth quarter, and it's 7 in the morning, 8 in the morning. You're like, what the fuck? So keep that in mind. But yeah, so they see that you don't need to play the game there. If you're really, what you should do is have a preseason game there. You can't really have a playoff game there, but yeah, you can have a preseason. But to have these in the middle of the year makes no sense. To have the team stay there for 2 weeks makes even less sense. It's totally fucked. Buffalo's totally fucked this week. Even if they win, they're totally fucked because Jacksonville doesn't have the jet lag this week. They're already over it. They're now on London time. Who knows? Maybe they'll just stay in London and they'll be the London Jaguars instead of the Jacksonville Jaguars. But they're totally fucked. Free plays. Oklahoma, take the 12.5. Miami Dolphins and the NFL take the lay the 4 against the Giants off of a loss. Miami scores. The Giants are pathetic. Now, the difference in this game, there's not a big difference between this game and the Chicago-Washington. The Giants, the Miami defense is not that good. It's a 30. It's almost the same game. The Bears are 34, Washington's 30, and they played a 60. And Miami's, the Giants are 33, Miami's at 30. So it's almost the same game. The difference is Miami's offense. Tagliavua will light it up, and Washington, Thurston Howell III, didn't light it up. But that's the difference in it. Oh, shit. I put the score under the wrong column. No, I couldn't find it. Okay. So I had over, and the reason I had over yesterday was ridiculous. 44? How is this over 44 with these defenses? So I think I had it at halftime. And in this game, the over here is only 48 or 49. I think it was 48. The problem is the Giants can't score and Miami can. At least Chicago had Fields to run and DJ Moore, so they could score. And we thought, see, here's why we do the stats. You think Washington's got a good defense with Chase Young and Sweat and those guys. They give up 30 a game. They just gave up 40 to the fucking Bears. What kind of defense? I mean, that's the problem. You think they have a good defense, but if you look at the stats, they don't. And the same thing with the Giants. They give up 33 a game. They don't have a defense, clearly. Denver gives up 38 a game. I mean, how can you bet on that team? I'm taking the Jets, Jets all day. They're getting 2 points from a team with the defense giving up 38. Zach Wilson will look like a Hall of Famer on Sunday. But that's what you look at. You look for the weak. You attack the weakness, which is the defense. And the Jets have a 21 defense. So, Russell Wilson's going to be pressured a lot, but they're not going to be able to stop Zach Wilson. I mean, he's not bad. It's just who he's played. And so you look at the defenses, and, Miami and the Giants, 33-30 should be another high-scoring game. And then you look at Houston, Atlanta as a 20 and a 19, where you ain't getting points in that game. So if you understand the defensive concepts, you understand, well, fuck, how are you going to get points in Houston, Atlanta? But you can see why you got points in Chicago, Washington. Because if they don't have a defense to stop you, this is the pros. They're going to score. Here, Houston, Atlanta, Riddler sucks. Stroud, throws for some yards, but they're not getting points. And their defense is pretty good. So the picks just if you can do that, they just step out for you. You can see what to take, provided you understand the good game there. Provided you understand the details of the points. So when you see Washington 30 points a game, it's more in college. Oh, they played USC, so therefore their defense isn't really as bad if you take the USC game out, because USC's in their own world with offense, and you understand that. In pros, the only thing you're looking at, there's two different things. There's the running quarterbacks, the Lamars, who aren't real quarterbacks, they're running backs, Hurts and Fields and stuff like that. And then you've got the passing quarterbacks, the Aaron Rodgers, the Mahomes, the Burrows. So there's two different animals, and that's what you got to understand. Bobby Bow, not yet, a little bit. I'll show you what I showed Alligator today. I'm really pissed at Alligator. So this is my 4 comments to Alligator. So I basically gave him the rock bottom and the figure 4 leg lock. So this is my comments, which I will read to you. To Alligator. First comment. I'm beginning to think Andy is clueless to reality and part of this Madoff gold Ponzi scheme. You're part of the problem, not part of the solution, which I stole from Die Hard. Don't quit your bank job. Shake my head. That was for you, Bobby. Next one. You talk a lot, but don't say anything relevant. Russia gold-backed currency you didn't talk about. There will be no war with China because China doesn't want a war, and you keep saying they're arming their people for war. There's not going to be a war. Stop saying that. The professor. Third comment. When does COMEX blow up and we get a real physical gold price around $50,000 an ounce instead of the bullshit 1900? Why aren't you talking about that? And if you do talk about it, nobody can fucking understand you. So this is my first comment. Try talking English, Andy. No one understands what the fuck you're talking about. Ring fence, casino. Why is the no physical gold market? Why the hell are they using paper gold derivatives to price physical gold? It all sounds like a Madoff Ponzi scheme. And there it is. Because I'm getting fed up when, they're buying gold and the gold's this and the gold's that, and there's not a lot in COMEX, and we still see 1900. I'm like, what the fuck? When's it going to blow up? When are we going to see real prices? So, so the bottom one was my first one, and I'm really bitching at him. And then I'm like, Andy, we don't understand what you're talking. What the fuck's a ring fence and a silo and all this shit? What the fuck is it? Why are you talking like this? So I just lit him up because I watched the show, and then he gets into the same silo bullshit, and you're like, what the fuck? And the ring fence this and the ring fence that, and I go, when is the price of gold going up? Don't tell me about people buying it, because we all could buy 1 million ounces of gold and there'd be no gold left. But you know what? As long as COMEX is doing derivatives, the price will never go up. So what the fuck's going on? Now, when we listen to Egon and Alligator, we tend to believe that, okay, they're breaking up COMEX with the physical, with the Russians and the oil for gold and the gold-backed currency. So what you're saying to us is the same fucking fucked up thing of ring fence and casino, which nobody knows what you're talking about. Silos. I'm thinking of nuclear weapons when I think of silos or corn in Kansas. What the fuck does that have to do with it? And we still are at the mercy of the paper gold. Why are we even doing paper gold? Why are we looking at a paper gold price for physical gold? What the fuck are we doing? Why aren't we on a physical gold price like we're on a physical gold Canadian 12? You go to the store, it's marked $50, you get a bottle. Why aren't we doing that with gold? Why are we doing derivative gold? Why are we even following it? Why are we even bringing it into the conversation? People want to do derivative gold, fine. They want to have paper that be like stocks and ETFs, fine. But that doesn't, I got physical. What's the real price of the physical? And stop talking the $2,000, start talking the 50 grand, because that's what it's at. Are you talking about Mark McGuire? Yeah, today's video. No. I'm talking about Mark McGuire today. We know Alligator was on last week, so this week he doesn't have the guest. And it's the same crap. he's talking about China, where the citizens are in their. He doesn't explain this well. In their bank accounts, they can buy physical gold. So that he's saying Chinese or have like 20, the private citizens have 20,000 tons of gold. And we're like, we already know they got 60,000 tons. And we already know that private citizens have 20 or 30 of it. We already know that. What does that got to do with the price of tea or China? Then he says, oh, they're getting ready for war. They're not getting ready for war because they're not going to war, because China doesn't go to war. There'll never be a war. Then he talks about the Russian gold for oil. Well, okay, why isn't the price? So he says the price should go up, but he doesn't have a clue. And that's where I'm like, this is all starting to sound like Madoff, where, oh, we don't know why it's going up, but we know it will. Like, I can't tell you how my investments work. All I can say is you're going to make 15% every month because I'm Bernie Madoff. And this is what this is beginning to sound like to me is, well, gold's going to go up. Okay, what are we waiting for here? Russia's getting gold for oil. We got BRICS. We got a ruble getting gold back, and we still have JP Morgan doing derivatives, and we're still using that price. What the fuck's going on? This smells worse than a fixed football game. I did Andy. That's his name, Andy. It's Andy McGuire. So I wouldn't use Andy Schechtman. I can't call him Mark. You wouldn't know who the hell I'm talking about. The professor needs to get on that show and kill all these bastards. That would be, well, yeah, but they won't. I emailed them. I want to be on. They don't respond. They don't want somebody like me on. They want control guests who are idiots, so they look good. And, this is why I do this show, because fuck you. I can, I'm going to do something about it, as you're saying. I can't bitch unless I do. So I'm doing. So I can come here and bitch and explain Austrian economics and what the fuck's going on in gold. On my forum, I can say it. And if they don't want me on theirs, fuck them, I'm on here. But I can at least be on here saying it. I can't say what I'm saying if I don't back it up, put my money where my mouth is. So when I buy gold, I show you I bought gold. So I'm putting my money where my mouth is. Look, I just bought gold. And because the gold price is down, my guy's not going to have as much unless people come in with gold, because he doesn't want to sell it at a loss, because he bought it at 1950. And with the drop in gold, I see it's up today. With the drop in gold, he doesn't want to take a loss on it. If he paid 1950 and he can only sell it for 1930, he's got to lose $20 an ounce. Guess what? Oh, I don't have any gold to sell. Yeah, we're all idiots there, gold guy. So we understand that. So we need The Rock to go in and start doing smackdown. Lay the smackdown on him. Oh yeah, sorry, Shake my head. Sorry, Professor. Bobby Bow must still be feeling don't worry, Bobby. If you're sick, you're sick. No, I mean that was a good question, Andy Schechtman. But no guest. But that's his real name, Andy McGuire, Andrew. But again, the guest, the host is an idiot. Oh, this is the greatest show ever. Da, 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 da. Oh, information you can't get anywhere else. Oh, really? What information that you can't get anywhere else did you guys come up with? I don't want to expel like Phil. No, you won't expel, Bobby. Phil got a little too personal. And, don't, this is a class. Don't bring that shit. Keep it what we talk about. So, yeah, you're talking about Andrew McGuire. That's fine. But that's why I show you Egon. I want to see what, I'm interested in Andy McGuire's show, especially today when he doesn't have a guest. But stop telling me how much physical do I own when there's no point in owning it. Well, there's a point in owning it to get out of the dollar. So that is the frustrating part. I don't know. I'll check for you. I get the alligator on his website. He does a print. I'll have to read that. I'm so busy with football. Like when I'm done, I got to do a little bit more studying, and I still got to check injuries. So I brought up you with LSU. So good luck if you're probably taking LSU against Missouri. They're laying 5.5 and 64. And Missouri's a team, so I don't know. They have a good defense, but I don't think they played anybody. Free picks, Oklahoma 12.5 with the Miami Dolphins laying 4.5. Those are the two free plays. Had the over yesterday and the Bears and the Redskins. That was the easiest bet I ever made. I think I was done at the half. It was 27-3 or something like that. It was a 30, and I'm 38. I mean, see, Fields had a good game against bad defenses, Denver and Washington. Let him go play a good defensive team, and he'll play the Eagles or let him play San Francisco, and they'll lose 27-0. And so now everybody will think Fields is good, and he's good against who? Madoff? No, Alligator's not. No, Mark McGuire is Madoff. I got LSU tomorrow. LSU, Notre Dame, Georgia on the money line. Well, what are your odds on that? Although Notre Dame's only a 6-point favorite, and LSU's a 6-point favorite, and Georgia's what, 14? Yeah. On a other bet, I've got those three, but added Wisconsin and Colorado. Boy, you are playing with fire this week. See, a good money line bet should be Oklahoma. It's like 210. That's a good money line play. I'm surprised you don't have USC on the money line. They're not going to lose to Arizona. Maybe they will. Or Miami of Florida is a good money line bet. That's 19. They're laying 19 with Van Dyke. Colorado. I don't know about Colorado. I think it's a high scoring game. I don't know if I trust Colorado to win it, go on the road at Arizona in the desert and beat Arizona State. I don't have that much faith in primetime. But we'll see. They're not a bad team, Arizona State. The reason I take money line on those is because if I lose, I bring those bastards down with me. I hate when I lose a cover, but they win the game. Oh, so that makes good sense, Bobby. Oh my God! So am I not teaching you anything, Bobby? Is it just going in one ear and out the other? So the object is when I give you Oklahoma as a free pick, you're actually supposed to bet Oklahoma, getting 12.5, and then going to the bank after. That's the idea of the class, not a money line class. Anyway, I got to watch the Mark McGuire again. I was in the car going to swim, then I was on the bike listening. So maybe there was Alligator last week. Said I didn't hear it right, and I thought he was missing the basic economic point. Then I re-listened to it, and it was like, oh, okay, no, I see what he's saying. It was something about Russia. So he said if Russia goes on the gold standard, when they put the ruble on the gold standard, the dollar will go to zero, and that's what I know was going to happen. But I'm not sure he said that. I took it the wrong way, and then I listened again. So I got to listen to Mark McGuire again. There's times in the past where a team has a celebrating saying, "We just glad we got the win." And I'm sitting there shaking my head saying, "But you didn't cover, motherfuckers." So I go money line or teaser. Well, So take Oklahoma, Texas. I don't. Alex is saying Texas will win. I said I don't care. I got 12.5 points. That's all that matters. I have 12.5 with Oklahoma. They can lose. I don't care if they lose by a touchdown. As long as they cover the 12.5 is how I look at it. And the odds on them covering the 12.5 are probably 98%. You can get your pick sixes or the strip sack late in the game, touchdown, and you lose it. But if everything goes according to Hoyle, I think Oklahoma gets the W. I think they get revenge for the 49-0 loss last year, which is what I've been saying since the beginning of the year. The next game we're focusing on is the Notre Dame USC game, which I think will hit 100. But, of course, the over-under will be 60. But Van Dyke's got to do more. I didn't realize that they scored with 2 seconds left to beat Duke last week. I didn't realize that at all. I thought they won. All right. Duke was way up. They were up in the fourth quarter late when Duke was winning the game. So they're not really handling Hartman right. They're running a lot, but they're not. They should be an over team, and they're not. So they're more running and more, but Hartman's just fantastic, but they're not getting the touchdowns he needs. Yeah, I like spreads and teasers on dogs. Yeah, well, there's two ways the teasers. It's either the 7 down to 1 or the 8 down to 2, like Philadelphia, Washington last week. 8.5, and I said it. Why are they not 9.5 or 10? That's what I would do if I was the bookie. I wouldn't allow the teaser better to walk in. 8.5, I cut it to 2.5. They win by 3. And it was like, what the fuck are they doing at 8.5 for? That made no sense. That bet should have been 9.5. And then I'm laying 3.5 and I lose. And that's the point of it. So these guys are fucked up, the casinos. I agree 100%. Professor ND USC over is bet of the year candidate, even better than the Ohio State over. Yeah, well, I hope it's better than the Ohio State over. Well, again, I thought Ohio State actually could score. I think I got a little bit like they put up 62 on Western Kentucky and I said, okay, now they figured it out. And I didn't think Notre Dame had that strong of a defense. They let up 17 to Central Michigan, played them a 58. That's all I was looking for. Give me the 58 I got with Central Michigan and Notre Dame. And they couldn't even get that. And you're like, what the fuck is going on with Notre Dame? Anyway, that happens. But I'm not sure Ohio State's an under. It looks like Notre Dame's an under, but this week we're not playing them under or over. They got Louisville. They're 6.5. I'll take Notre Dame even. But see, that line's 54, so maybe you go under. But Louisville is a pretty explosive team. And you don't know what Notre Dame is. They're playing an under game again. They're not playing. Look at the Duke score. What was the Duke score last week? It was 21-14. Scoring the 21 with 3 seconds left. So they played Duke to a 35. Now, Duke's got a pretty good defense, and they held Clemson 28-7. So that was not going to be an over. But, well, we'll see that. But anyway, so that's what we're looking at. So I've gone through pros and I've gone through college, updating the lines. Free pick Oklahoma and 12.5, and Miami Dolphins laying the 4.5 to the NYG, not the JETS, just the Giants who suck. And that Monday night game was closer than you thought. They had the ball at the goal line. He throws a pick 6 for 100 yards. I mean, that makes it an easy 24-3 game, but it's 17-10 if they throw a touchdown. But that's Daniel Jones. So who is New England starting? Are they starting Mac Jones? Or are they starting Mac Davis from North Dallas 40? Or are they starting Zappi? The great Belichick, the great and powerful Belichick, he was a freaking idiot, we got to start Mac Jones because he went to Alabama. And we know all the quarterbacks from Alabama are good, aren't they? I think. So anyway, we'll talk pros tomorrow. We'll go through the college line. So anyway, we went through the college. Some pretty good games. A lot of overs with these second-rate teams, such as San Jose State, Boise, Texas Tech, Baylor, Colorado State, Utah State. Those are all strange over. Those are all over games with these little teams. And I'll tell you, those are the ones that come in. South Florida, UAB. Those are over offense and over defense against over offense and over defense. And those are the ones that generally come in the nothing game, right? Everybody's on Alabama and Ohio State. And here's San Jose State playing Boise, and the over-under is 52. And they score a 70-point game, and who's over on it besides me? And that's really the secret, is if you find that, those are the games to bet. Not necessarily like LSU at Missouri is not the game to bet. We don't know who Missouri is. They got a quarterback, Cooks. He's like 9 touchdowns, no interceptions. Now, they haven't really played anybody, but still, he's not a bad quarterback. So, but those are the games that I like to find. The like the Armies and the Navies and the Air Force. Air Force, beautiful this year so far. Even Utah, Miami with Van Dyke. And I haven't heard on Rising. He's still waiting on the fucking doctor. The doctor's sitting there, and the coach is getting really pissed. And I'm wondering why they're listening to the doctor. It's the same thing with why are we still using COMEX to price gold? Somebody's got to explain that to me. Why is COMEX a paper gold derivative market where they're purposefully putting gold out there? Why is that the gold price? Are these people stupid? Yeah, well, we don't know what the price gold at, so we'll use the paper price. Who the fuck would do that? So, I mean, it's the stupidest thing I've ever heard of. From a logic standpoint, it looks like a Madoff scam. It looks like a Ponzi scheme. Well, we'll keep the price low with paper, wink, wink, and nobody they'll think that's the real price of physical gold. Yeah, we're all idiots. We believe that. What the fuck is going on with gold? Is the mafia behind it? Are the Russians, the Chinese behind it so they can buy it cheap? What the fuck's going on? And then the U.S. is so stupid they don't buy any. They're the only ones so stupid. The Canadians, the U.S., and the Brits are so stupid they don't buy physical gold at these prices that are fixed. They're the ones fixing them, and they don't realize it. See, that's how it's all this Ponzi scheme. Get out of Wall Street. Get out of the banks. It's all bullshit. You're going to go broke, and then you're going to say, oh, why didn't the government tell me, like Madoff? You got to figure that out by yourself. I'm here to guide you. That's what's happening. Now, eventually, I think only because of the Russians and the Chinese and this $35 trillion debt and this $90 trillion coming over from Russia, from China, from Asia and Europe, that 90 trillion is coming back to the U.S. is all going to explode, and then the gold finally gets blown up. I think what happens too is before the banks, these bullion banks that we talked about, who are the ones really running it. I was watching Godfather 3, Bobby, yesterday, and it's the Vatican Church, and I'm thinking this is Madoff. This is exactly what's happening now, and they're the ones who are keeping the price of gold down, sort of like the Vatican. The problem is they won't be able to print the money to keep them solvent this time because of the inflation and the debt. They won't be able to do it. So that's why this collapses. why Mark McGuire can't say that. Is he too fucking stupid to understand what's going on? That he doesn't say the obvious, or is he talking gibberish? Well, the silos and this and that, and really that's what he's saying, but nobody can understand it. I always say if somebody can't explain it to you at a fifth grade level, like I explained to you, everything we talk about, so nobody has a question they don't understand because I make sure I simplify it because I want you to learn. So it doesn't make sense for me to talk silos and gibberish and and this kind of shit that nobody understands, that I don't understand. So why is he talking? Well, usually because they don't know what the hell they're talking about. Just like Rick Rude and Rickert and all these Andy Scheckmans that they have a fucking clue what they're talking about and can't explain it. They don't even understand the difference between paper gold and physical gold. So that's what you're dealing with, is those idiots. But that's my point. So Mark McGuire here, all he does is ring fence and silo. And what are you talking about, man? Who the fuck knows what you're talking about? And the casino, what? The only casino I know is Caesar's Palace. I don't know a casino in the gold market. So he assumes we know options or whatever, whatever the fuck. Bobby, I agree 100%. Notre Dame USC over, but yeah, even better than the Ohio State over. Okay. But USC defense, like the professor says, can't stop the win. And Caleb ain't getting stopped. So I think it's a perfect storm for an over, no matter where the number lies. Well, I don't think they can stop Hartman. And as long as I got Hartman and I need points, I should be able to get them. Which is why I like the quarterbacks. But yes, I agree. Oh, look at the Colorado game. They couldn't stop Colorado. It was 48-28, I think. And then it ends up 48-42 or something. I mean, USC can't play defense. But you weren't sure how good Colorado was going to be against them after the Oregon game. And they were fine. Anyway, that's my point with Mark McGuire and all these red curtain Rudes and all these idiots. Anybody that talks and nobody knows what they're saying doesn't know what they're talking about. Because if you know what you're talking about, if I'm trying to teach you, I want to make sure you learn it. That's why I'm teaching you. So when I teach you economics, I'm not putting charts and graphs up, and I'm talking in English, and I've not had one complaint of what the hell are you talking about? That's what I'm saying. So Andrew McGuire, I'm like, what? But when we listen to Egon, we never have a problem understanding Egon. He's an economist when he works at a bank. But a lot of these guys are stockbrokers that doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. They can't explain it. And they can't get to the why. Why are we using paper gold to price gold? Why don't we have a physical gold market? And, it's a simple question. I don't know enough about why these idiots are having the paper gold. I know it's because they don't want to compete with the dollar. If physical gold got high, then nobody would want the dollar. So I get why, but who is pricing the gold following this shit? Is JP Morgan the one setting the price in COMEX, and then that's the price because that's the paper price, so that's the physical price? So there's nobody in the physical market. I think, Bobby, we got to get out there and say, okay, here's the physical price. It's $30,000 an ounce. That's the problem. Or is it they're going to get killed? Probably a little of that too, right? Because God forbid the U.S. compete with gold. They can't do that. So there's a lot of monkeying around. There's a lot of mafia out there running the governments and doing all this bullshit. But at the end of the day, the gold will go up. But we need COMEX we need Russia to set a price high that Comex must follow instead of Comex being the one. All right, it's been only 2 hours and 39 minutes. That's that's like half a show. I mean, half a class. Anyway, so you're feeling better, Bobby? You're all set? You have to go back to the doctor or what? I did my 60-hour fast Labor Day, so probably do a fast in a couple of weeks. My interview went extremely well yesterday for the cybersecurity company, senior financial analyst, remote, and same pay rate, I believe, which is a nice pay rate. And, she said, when can I start? That's the magic word in an interview. When can you start? It's sort of like dating the girl. And she goes, would you like to go to dinner? And she says, I'd love to. That's the magic words you're wanting to hear. So anyway, I was going to talk about girls. I was watching this other movie. And it's the same thing. The guy meets the girl and they fall in love. And at first they can't. Then they finally get together. And then they break them up. And then they get them back together. And then they break them up. And it's always the same bullshit. And so I was watching this one. And the girl did some sex 10 years ago in high school. And the guy gets offended by it. And you're like, why would you be offended by it? So it's funny. And this is, he just told the girl how much he loves her, like, oxygen and ever, how much he loves her. And then this bothers him because she had sex before. I mean, it's like amazingly poor writing and a just terrible plot, right? And then at the end, so they break up, and at the end, they don't get back together. And you're like, well, what was the point of the movie? You don't have they don't fall in love, and then they break up, and then they never get back together. Then why do the movie at all? I mean, it was stupid. There's no moral. There's no plot in it that we took anything away from, other than don't be an idiot and understand you're not dating a nun. And probably the girl probably had sex before you. Yeah, that's probably a good point. But it's just amazing how stupid people are. You find your soulmate type of thing, you never let them go. That's the stupidest thing you could do. But anyway. And it's all about competition. It's always about who do they choose, who's the competition. So that goes in everything. Girls, poker, football, and economics, and paper gold, physical gold. They don't want the physical gold to go up in price because then nobody will want the paper. And we can't scam everybody. I mean, it's such a Madoff. Good God. But that's a lot of dating too. You get with the girls, and it's a lot of Madoff. Oh, we'll do this and we'll do that, and I do this, and I got this money, and I do that. And it's all Madoff. And as long as you keep helping the girl, she's fine. As soon as you don't help her, she leaves. It's like, what's going on here? So that's definitely it's all scams and everything. Anyway, what else is there? So we got our football down, our gold. I haven't been to the gold store. I'm not expecting. Let's see what it's at. Gold price today. Oh, it's up 18.31, up $9. And silver's 21.54. So silver you can still buy at the store because it's still a low price. It hasn't really moved much. But gold's back to 18.30, right? So it's still a steal if he has any, but he probably won't because he'd have to sell it for 19.30. And since he's fucking everybody over who brings it in, and he's only giving them spot, but then he's selling it at spot plus 100. So I love that. Yeah, we're that stupid, buddy. So he'll give you 1950. The problem is at 1830, he marks it up to 100. It's at 1930, and he paid 1950 for it. So therefore, because he paid 1950 for it, he doesn't want to sell it for 1930. What a fucking idiot this guy is. So silver's fine. So he has plenty of silver, but I got so many ounces of it, I don't really want more. I'm at the club. There's two lifeguards, and one's kind of like the Alabama girl. She's like, you can't get a read on her. She's very quiet and very, I don't know if she's shy, but she's not outgoing. She's not outgoing. This other one who's more outgoing. So the girl from Alabama, kind of, who's the quiet type, yeah, you don't know what, you don't even know how to say hello to her because I said hello to her once and she doesn't respond or she doesn't look at you. And then this other girl looks at you and you have a nice conversation with her. And then, I started thinking this is the problem, right? The girl who is this shy, inhibited girl you don't talk to because you can't have a conversation. Somebody looks down and says hi. Oh yeah, let's have a conversation versus the friendly girl who we were talking about Barcelona and the Picasso Museum. The other one you can't say two words to. And so you start thinking, see, that's the problem, right? So somebody who's open and friendly attracts you and you can have a good conversation with them. It's a good 10 minutes in the pool with her. The other girl, you're trying to say hi to, but doesn't accept you in and you can't have a conversation with her because she's so insecure or shy or whatever her problem is. You have to figure out what her problem is. It's ridiculous. Versus the other girl who's very friendly and open and, oh, I've been to Barcelona and, so we were talking about that. And she tells me, oh, I was on on a Mediterranean cruise and we stopped in Italy and Rome and Barcelona and everything. The other girl, I don't even know her name. I mean, I'm attracted to her, but it's not worth it. It's like, I'm thinking Alabama. I'm like, were you in Alabama? Like, it's the same. You can't get a read on them. They don't smile. They don't talk. You're like, she just sits there kind of grumpy and kind of quiet. And so that's what they attract. They don't get anything because they're not open and friendly. So the moral of what I'm trying to say is that if you're kind of more friendly, you'll attract more people who feel comfortable with you. And if you're real closed in and shy and afraid, then nobody will come talk to you because it's so difficult to talk to you. Now, I'm different. I am not shy in the least, but I'm being the professor. I don't want to talk to these idiots. So I'll talk to the girls, but I mean, the guys in the hot tub, I start bringing up gold and they don't want to hear it. And I'm like, okay, fuck you. One guy said hi to me. I didn't know who it was. It must have been somebody I talked gold to. And he says, hi, how you doing? And I'm like, I'm okay. Like, who the fuck are you? What are you talking to me for? And then, because I don't know him, so I don't, if I knew him, I would say hi and talk to him. But I think I talked to him, but I don't pay much attention to who they are. Sniffing here, I see it's Bobby. I know it's him, but people that I just start talking to at the club, I don't memorize them, and it takes me 4 or 5 times to know who the hell they are. Like the communist, that stands out. Bobby, let's go medals. Well, I think it's coming. I think if we start listening to Mark McGuire, and I'm going to watch him one more time and give him like, what the fuck are you doing? I mean, he talked for 10 minutes about silos and ring fences that I just shook my head going, what is this guy talking about? I got a fucking master's in it, and I don't know what he's talking about. I have an idea that he's saying you have to, I think what he's trying to say is you have to buy gold from COMEX, which is not right because they don't have any gold, but the Russians are buying gold from another source. So instead of saying that, he calls it, well, outside the ring fence. So outside of COMEX, they're buying this gold. I think that's what he's saying. Not clear, but I think what he's trying to say is that. So I think what's going to happen with the Russians, so we know they want to charge gold for oil. We know they're got to come out with a gold-back ruble. We know that's coming. So therefore, they have to come out at a higher gold price. Now we know the Chinese, the people are buying it into their savings account. See, in China, it's different. They don't trust the government. They don't buy stocks. That's why they were all in houses, and then the housing market collapsed, and everybody lost all their money in the housing. But they don't buy stocks, so they technically save their money to buy houses. That's what the Chinese do. So here we go. What do? We get a 401k. We buy Microsoft, whatever. They don't do that there. They just save. So he's all impressed that they have the savings, and then in the bank accounts, they can buy gold. That doesn't mean they are. What's the price? And then how much do they have? And then will the government steal it? Is it physical or paper? And, if it's not, and I'm not buying it if I don't get the metal and it's and I take it out of my account and put it in my backyard safe somewhere. But if it's just sitting there, so he's trying to say they do that and they have 20,000 tons of it. And we're like, well, we know they got 60,000 tons. We listen to Egon and Alligator. We don't need you to tell us that. So that's where I gotta re-listen to it. Hopefully he says some things differently that I was in the car driving and didn't quite catch. Because I do it, like I drove to the club, listened to it, then I got on the bike and listened to it, but I didn't listen to the whole thing, and on the way home I was listening to it. But it still doesn't answer the question why we're using COMEX paper price of gold for physical gold. Why are we using two different prices? He calls it the tail wagging the dog, and I'm like, it's bullshit. Why the fuck are we using this? Surely there's got to be an explanation why we're not using a free market gold price for physical gold. Why aren't we? Now, is that what the ruble backed by gold is going to give us? I mean, hopefully. Everybody knows how valuable gold is, so don't kid yourself. Now they're keeping the price down. The government mafia is keeping the price down because they are printing. So we know why they're printing this. And if gold comes out, this goes to zero. And they know that much they know. They can print it to zero and inflate it. That much they don't seem to know, but they seem to know that gold will kill the dollar. And anyway, when is that going to happen? That's the problem. Can it go there? Will they allow it to go up? And we need to blow that up. So hopefully that's what does happen. That's why people are leery of it, but it should. Why is silver $22 an ounce? So let me get this straight. Orioles went from $2 to $5 because of inflation, and silver didn't move. So the value of the currency went down, but silver didn't move. And that's my comment to Alligator. So wait a minute, Alligator. You keep saying it's the currency going down, not gold going up. Currency's been going down and gold isn't going up. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Gold goes up when they let it go to free market. That's when gold goes up, and it'll go up because supply and demand. And in a free market, gold will be much, much higher, not because of the dollar going down, just like the Mantle card that I show you this. They're the Montana rookie, 125,000, got nothing to do with the dollar. It's supply and demand. I got a card, I'll pay for it. Boom. That's how gold should be. I got an ounce of gold. This is what I paid for it. Not, well, this is the paper price, so that's what I'm going to sell it for. What the fuck is that? I guess most people are ignorant, so they don't know, and they just Oh, I won't be in gold. Let me be in Madoff. Let me be in the housing market. Let me lose all my money as you guys scam us all. And I think that's the real reason, right? The real reason is the mafia doesn't want us. They want to be rich and they got all this money and they don't want to lose it. Or JP Morgan prints the money, doesn't want to lose that power, which if you let gold go out, nobody would want the dollar. It's unfortunate that there's so many criminals in the system. It just makes you bad. I mean, what is that? Isn't that what the law is supposed to be? If somebody's a criminal, you arrest them, put them in the jail. How did we get where the judge is corrupt by the mafia? So the mafia's here, they corrupt the judges, so the judges won't send the criminals to jail. Isn't that in the Constitution? You can't do that shit? And all of a sudden we don't listen to the Constitution? Isn't that the point of the Constitution? So we're in a fuck country, that's for sure. Like the election, do you believe the election is going to be real? I don't see how it can be. I'm not going to vote. Why vote? It's like, why bet on a football game that you know is not going to be legitimate? Anyway. So you've got your games. Any questions on any games? Eating my avocado, Bobby. I get so screwed up because I don't eat till I start like 1 o'clock. By the time the show ends, I got to eat dinner because my window closes. Anyway, so I should hear about my new job if I get it. They asked the $1 million question, when can you start? Which I said today. I said yesterday, I said today. And so I'm waiting for the VP to interview me and get going. It's remote, so hopefully I can work from Greece or Italy, wherever we're going on our next vacation. I keep asking Jenna, when are we going? And she won't answer me. She wants to go, but I think she's got her son, this is Ukraine, just turned 16, has to join the army, had to get a medical exam. I said, keep him out of the army. The Russians will kill him. So I listened to that McGregor guy, and they're going to, he's either going to surrender or they're going to get away. I don't know how y'all ever see your son again. So I'm trying to warn her, don't put him in the army. Don't do a medical. Don't apply him. And we will see, because whatchamacallit, the Ukraine leader, who I can't think of his name right now, of course, he's just taking money from the U.S. He's on the south of France, living nice, and just throws the troops out there to get killed, and he doesn't give a fuck because he's getting paid by the U.S. to run. Instead of the U.S. fighting Russia, well, we'll use our soldiers to get killed by the Russians, not yours. I mean, that's just sick. So anyway, I told her, I tried to warn her, like, don't just keep the kid in Poland or something. So we'll see, but hopefully he'll be okay. So she's busy with that. So I assume we'll go soon, but that's what's coming up. Anyway, so hopefully I'll hear about the job next week, and but it'll be remote, which I love. She says, "Is remote okay?" I says, "Perfect. I can wake up, start work, make my coffee, make my omelet, no rush hour. Beautiful. More time for football and economics, right, Bobby? I can go to the gold store anytime I want." So I think that's about it. Games are posted. There's a few pro games I want to add. I got 2 locks going. I got a college lock, college and college. I got a pro and college lock going also. So So 2 big locks going. I think they're 25 units. I was trying to explain to that guy. He looks at my history and he says, well, you're down 13,000 units. And I'm like, yeah, but I play like most of my plays are between 1,500 and 2,000 units. Or not units, dollars. So I'm down like $13,000, not units. At least it should be, unless it's somehow fucked around. But let me go to teaserking and see what it says. Yeah, overall, I'm only down 35, 31 units. Well, what is this? Yeah. Yeah, no, it's in dollars. Yeah, he doesn't know how to read it. So what it says here is I'm down 35, 31, which is, so this is my totals for the year. So you can see last year was a pretty good year, 116,000. And pros, I'm up 2754. College, I'm down 11,000. But that's dollars. But the way the bet is, I'm putting the wager. So the wager's there is in dollars. And then I translate it to units. So it's $11.77 is 11 units. So I'm down, like 30 units or something, which is 1 week. I mean, it's 15. You can see the amounts, 2,500. So these are the amounts. 77 is just for luck, but you can see each game, and so you go from there. Where was it? I won a game for 0. I must have not put in a dollar amount. But anyway, that's what you got. So lock picks this year, I'm up $6,000, which is 3 games or 4 games. But I don't pay much attention to that, really. I just look at the games. I know what I picked. I know what you bought, what you got. And again, I apologize if somebody misread yesterday's. I put Washington, Chicago under. I meant to put over, and then it said 44 down to 38. So you would have seen to go over with it. And I caught it about an hour and a half before the game, and I switched it to over. So I hope I didn't get any emails on it. So, I'm not even sure if people play the Thursday game or they don't or whatever, but I didn't get any questions on it. But yeah, I'm changing, putting under down. But if under goes 44 would go to 50, not 38. So that would have told you to go over. Anyway, apologies for that. So you can see, I bet it's a lot of units, a lot of dollars per se per week, but at the end of the day, I'm up, and that's the most important part. But a lot of people, I play a lot of games. That's how I've always done it. I always find that teaser, like Oklahoma, and it might be in 2 teasers. And then if you win them both, so you're betting a lot, but not really. And again, it's all bankroll. Let's talk about that. So we've first part is we figured out the teams. And then we figured out, so here's the teams. We figured them out. We've got them. Are they A's or Z's? Are they over or unders? We figured all that out. Okay, so now we figured out our bets, right? So if we go, okay, we're going to play Oklahoma in 12.5. 8 teams against 8 teams, should be a close game. I'm taking the points. Now what do I do? Okay, so I figured it out. I'm going to play a teaser. I got my second game, so we'll use Oklahoma with the Miami Dolphins. So I got my second game. How much do I bet on it? how strong or weak is it? And that's really the next phase, right? How much do I bet on it? Because I don't, knowing teasers, the one thing is if you play two teasers, a normal two teaser, so teaser one and teaser two. So I got Oklahoma with Miami, and then maybe let's say LSU with Notre Dame. To win any money, if I bet $100 on both teasers, I got to go 4-0 to win. Because if I go 3-1, even though it's a nice percentage, I break even. I lose juice. But for this purpose, we won't talk about juice. So I win 100 on one teaser and I lose 100 on the next. I break even. Well, how the hell am I going to win? Well, because then you get a game that you really like. Let's say the Bears over yesterday, going, oh, that's 44. They'll definitely go over that. Both defenses suck. So then that drives you to, oh, I really like that. I like it a lot. So I'm going to bet them in two teasers. And I'm going to bet a little bit more on them. So instead of 100 and 100, I'm gonna bet 200 on this one and 100 on the other. So now, as long as I win the $200 one and I lose the $100 one, I still win $100. And the point is, I can still go 3-1. So I can hit the 200. I can go 1-1 in the $100 one. So I won three teams and lost the one, which I had done before. Only this time I win 100. The other way, I win 100, I lose 100, I break even or lose juice. Going 3-1. This way, if I go 3-1, I win money because I bet more on the one than on the other. Winning, and I bet a little bit more, so I win 200 and I lose 100. I win 100, even though I went the same 3-1. So that's really the gist of teaser betting. Is that's why you bet more on certain ones, and the way you analyze it when you do get the game, that's why you bet it more. That's why you do a lock. That's why I do a $200 bet and a $100 bet. And that's where it all comes from. With me, it's also feel. Being an INFJ, I can kind of feel, really strong last night over with the over. I could feel that. Or Oklahoma. I feel that Oklahoma and 12 points is not going to lose. It's not a lock, but it's damn close to a lock, because they're not going to get blown out by Texas. I don't believe, based on their defense. So I'm basing everything on their defense. So I feel strongly that they'll play. So I might play them in two teasers. I might be scared because it's Texas. So I might only play them in one teaser. I don't want to lose two teasers because Texas wins, or, you don't fuck with Alabama, you don't fuck with Georgia type of thing. But that's what you do. So then how do I arrive at the 200 or 100? That's your bankroll. What can you afford to bet? Can you afford what can you afford to lose? So you've got your paychecks, or maybe you've got your gold, or whatever you got. And I need money to pay my bills, right? So my bills are $2,000 a month. So I got $2,000 a month, pays the bills, rent, utilities, food. I'm done. Which then leaves you to, I got an extra $2,000. I got a good job. I paid my bills. I got $2,000 more that I can do whatever I want with. I can afford to lose it and I can still pay rent and eat. That's how you should bet. You shouldn't bet the whole $4,000 and then you can't pay your rent, or you got to run up your credit cards and your debt to pay it. So what you do then is you go, okay, I get $2,000 a month. I can afford to bet on football. If I lose it, I'm not happy, but I can lose it. Okay, so you then do 2,000. Well, okay, so it's 2,000 a month. So my bankroll then is $10,000. There's 5 months. So I can afford to lose $10,000 betting on football. Not that I want to, and I better not, but I can afford it. If I lose it, it'll hurt, but that's gambling. You can lose it betting on stocks. You can lose it in the bond market. You can lose it to the inflation. How about the guy in Attack on Wall Street? He lost 60 grand. He didn't even take a risk. He put it in a real estate trust because he listened to the idiot broker, and not knowing the housing market's crashing, not doing anything, being totally oblivious to the housing market crashing, and I better get my money out. And the broker's sitting there with his thumb up his ass going, oh, yeah, I guess he's going to lose. I don't care. That's the risk of playing the game. And so he loses it in the market. So when I say, well, I think we have a better chance winning money on football than we do in the stock market or the banks, as I've just explained how the mafia and the Vatican run everything, right? So I can win money if I can figure it out, which is what we're doing. We're figuring out how to bet. And our other option is putting our money in Microsoft stock, putting it in the bank, getting a 5% in a money market or an annuity, or putting it in a real estate trust, hoping that the mortgages don't break because, oh, by the way, we changed the law and now anybody can get one, even if they have zero credit and they're not working, we're going to give them a mortgage. So you want 8% of that if you think they're going to keep paying. But the adjustable rate mortgage, which means it's a variable rate, is going to go from 2 to 4 to 6 guaranteed. And then they won't be able to afford it. And you're sitting in this real estate trust with this idiot who can't afford it because the bank gave him the mortgage with no credit and no income. So is gambling really that bad of a risk? Well, you're gambling in the market. For sure you're gambling in the bank. And now you're gambling in this shit. Well, I'm not going to gamble. I got 100 grand in the bank. Yeah, well, you did, but now it isn't worth 100 grand. It's worth crap. It's worth zero. And by the way, try to get the money out. And if you do get the money out, it ain't worth the 100 grand you have. So you just gambled on a gamble you didn't know you were gambling on. So football is not so hard. We can figure out football a lot easier than they're somebody else fucking you over with inflation and real estate mortgages that are not secure, that they're saying secure. So they're lying through their teeth to you. So we sit there and go, okay, 2,000 a month, September, October, November, December, January. That takes us to the Super Bowl, 10 grand. Well, we want to make money on it. So what do we do? So that's how you get your bankroll. And then you mix it up. So I found the golden egg, which is, there's the lock. Only my locks are real. They're not pretend. And by the way, we're going to play the locks in 2 teasers. But each week you have this $10,000 golden egg that you have. So you got to keep track of it. And how much are you going to bet? Well, you don't want to ever bet too much. That's going to blow up your 10 grand. So you're just going to bet a little. You're going to try to maybe $1 grand a month. You're just going to try. So we're going to bet 50s and $60, $70 teasers. And we're going to win some, we're going to lose some. We understand that. The locks, instead of betting 50, we maybe bet 100 or the stronger play. So if I give an 11 unit play, that might be 50. But if I give a 21 unit lock or a 25 unit lock, you maybe play that for 100. And you play my games and you go, okay, yeah, he's got a lot of games, but I win a lot. And I know I'm going to have some losers. That's just that's the name of the game. I am not Bernie Madoff. I cannot bet the games after they're played. I can only bet them before. So I am going to have losers. And you've got to be intelligent enough to realize that. I mean, we're predicting the future here. Now it's different predicting the future with gold because we know this is going to zero. So we're really not predicting the future the same way. Because they're printing, they're inflating, this is going to zero, gold's going to go through the roof. So because that's happening, it's a lot easier to predict. Trying to predict, will Kansas City beat Minnesota or do I play it over is another horse of a different color. So we bet our little bet and then we win. All right. And Professor, okay, yeah, we've seen him for 5 years. He wins every year. We're going to go with him, but we're going to bet it we know he's got a lot of games, so we're just going to bet a lot of 30s and 40s and 50s. And his locks, we might play for 100. And now our 10,000 after 1 month is worth 12,000. He's won for us. Now it's 12. Now I might move my games up to, instead of 50, 75, instead of 100, 200. And then he wins for us, and now we're up to 15,000. Then we have a bad month, and we're betting, and now he's losing a little bit. His picks are losing. Oh, the pick six at the end, how could he figure it out? And so now we went from 15,000 back to 12,000. Okay, we reduce our amounts, but over the course, we end up with 15 to 20,000 from our 10. And as we grow, we increase our money. And we're never going to be hurt because we're never betting $5,000 or $10,000 on a game until our bankroll goes up to 30 or 40,000. Then we might. And that's what I did when I tell you about that Florida State Oklahoma game. When the guy rated at 90 and I bet 2,000 on it, I was up 10 grand. And it was a strong, strong play that he liked and I agreed. So because of that, then I could bet 2,000 because my bankroll was at 10. Now it's at 12. This is in the 79 or 1980. All I remember is I was working at Farmer Jack's. I was a stock boy at the grocery store. Farmer Jack's is a grocery store like Kroger's, and everybody would come up to me, all the stock boys, all the management. Who do you like? And it's like here. Who do you like? Who? There was the Bobby Bow who worked in produce, whose dad was a bookie, and who do you like? I loved it. And then I'd go to the phone because you didn't have cell phones. This is back in the 70s, and you'd go to the phone, 800 scores, and Clemson and Notre Dame, and then off you'd go. And it was just amazing. I could just pick the winners. I could feel it, and I knew. And most of the weeks we won, and but it was very cool. But that's what you do. So you increase your bankroll. You can't get blinded by me. One year I went on a 35-5 streak picking locks. It's when Cam Newton was on Carolina and they went to the Super Bowl. So every week I just found these. I had perfect matchups. San Diego was a dog. Seattle was a dog. Carolina. And 35-5. And it was just every week 5 locks. So for 7 weeks I had 5 locks and I hit them all. Just like clockwork. 5 locks, 5 winners. 5 locks, 5 winners. And so you hammer that. But don't get too caught into me like I can't lose. Even though I do get hot, obviously I'm only human, so understand that. But that's what you're really trying to do. So we figured out the games, which is what I'm going through with you. Now figuring out how to bet them. And that's how you bet them is very little on the goal is to increase your bankroll. The goal is not to make $1 million on a $5,000 or $10,000 bankroll. Now, if you have a $50,000 bankroll, or a $100,000 bankroll. So let's say you have a $50,000 bankroll. So you're probably betting close to $5,000, $5,000 a month. So you're starting at 15, let's say 1,500 or 2,000 a week. And then, now you're at 52. Now you're at 55. Now we're at 60. Now we go up and we bet more. And we got the 50. Maybe we bet his lock $1,000 because we can see he's doing well in his locks. And that's really what you're trying to do. That's why this whole fucking 2 for the money, 3 for the show, Al Pacino and that other guy with the sports betting is such bullshit. I mean, you would bet incrementally off your bankroll. You would not. That's how you should bet. You go play poker or blackjack. So I go play blackjack in the old days when I learned I'd play $5 blackjack. I'd take $60 out and I played 12 hands. And if I lost all 12 hands, I left. But I'm looking for a streak. And as I catch the streak, I go from 1 unit to 2 units to 3 units to 5 units and 5 units again, and then up to 7 and up to 10. And I'm hitting. And then the first time I went with my uncle, professional gambler in Toronto, I was playing $185. No, like $150 a hand. I won 185. I hit like 13 hands in a row. It was boom. And he'd count, okay, this is now got this. And we had it all written down, 1 unit, 2 unit. And if I lost, I went back to the 1 unit. As I'm losing, it's 1 unit. But then then when I catch the streak, it goes 2, 3, 5, 5. That's how you win betting. And I called them up because I was playing blackjack, $2 a hand. I knew how to play, but I didn't know how to bet. And I'm winning 5, 6, 7 hands, $2 a hand. I mean, that's all I'm winning. Then I start losing, and it's like I'm up $2, and I hit 6, 7. I didn't know how to bet, and that's what's critical. You must know how to money manage. You must know how to bet it, and that's really how you win. You do not win. Just picking winners is not enough if you don't know how to bet them. And I'm tired of some guys, some customers. Oh, I lost all my money on this game, and I'm like, what the fuck are you doing betting that much money? You don't bet. You bet where it doesn't matter, right? You're a $50,000 player. You're betting $1,000, and if you lose it, you lose it. And you got 49, but you're betting accordingly, and that's it. I'm only going to lose the 1,000, which is not a big deal. Hopefully, I keep winning, or we break even, or whatever, and then I add it to the bankroll. But you shouldn't be betting 25 grand if you got a $50,000 bankroll. You're just betting 1,000, and then it's 2,000, and as you win, it goes up, and 50 goes to 60. That's how you win at it. It's the same thing in stocks. It's the same thing in poker. Poker, I take 300 out, and I play, and I wait to catch a trap hand where I got a pair of sevens, you got aces, and I catch my third 7, and you're fucked, and I win the 300, and then I'm looking to leave very quickly. That's what you're trying to do, is catch the hand and get out. And I love how they say, well, that's bad etiquette because they can't win their money back. And I'm like, well, fuck you. There's no law. I got to stay and lose my money back. Why would I do that? What kind of intelligent gambler would stay and lose his money back? Or like in stocks, well, I bought Microsoft at 100, it's at 150. Yeah, but you should let them win their money back. Don't sell it now, just hold it. I mean, that's ridiculous. You're supposed to quit winners and then build and build and build. That's how you make money at it. But nobody knows that. That's like getting rid of money and buying gold. You're going to make money on the gold, but nobody knows that. Nobody's in the gold. They all think it's doesn't do anything because the mafia says, you know what, keep paper printing it, and let's not have a physical market. And these idiots go along. It's just amazing. But the banks don't want the physical market because, let me talk this out. The banks don't want a physical market because then they're out of business. Who needs money in a bank if you got money in gold? Look at me. I got my money in gold. I don't need a bank. I only need a bank if I sell the gold and I don't leave the money in the safe, and I actually need the bank for the gold I sold to do it. Otherwise, I don't need the bank. I don't use it. I just use it to get a paycheck and then pay my bills. That's why I basically have a bank, and there's no other way. There's no other way to get a paycheck than to have a bank, right? That's the problem with it. So it's set up like that. So the bank makes all this money, so they don't want to go out of business if gold goes up. They're not smart enough to realize that they can still be in business with gold. What did the Romans do? They had banks, with Christ and all that, and Caesar. Or you think they didn't have banks? So that's really what happens. The key is quitting a winner, right? And everything, with girls, with poker, with blackjack, craps, get out before the 7 hits. That's how you should play everything, right? You're playing craps. You take 1,000 out. You play the numbers. Boom, boom, boom. 4 or 5 numbers hit. You say, okay, all my bets are off if you can. If you play pass line, you can't. But if you place the number, you can. So if I place 6, 8, and 9, and they hit, I can say, give me my money back. If I play the pass line, if I play the come bet, and the come hits a 6, and I play the odds, I can take my odds off, but I can't take the bet off. until the 7 hits or the 6 hits. That's the problem with the come bet versus the place bet. But the advantage is you get true odds. So if I play the 10 and it hits and I get $10 on it, I can play $20 odds. And if it hits, I get $40. I get 2 to 1 on my money. But if I just place the 10, I get 9 to 5 on my money, and I can pull it anytime. So that's the difference. But you've got to understand that the goal is to quit winning. You're not playing for the fun of it. Go get girls if you want the fun of it. But if you're gambling or you're investing and you're betting football, you're playing to win. That's your first concept. And then how to win is how to bet. And so if you lose betting football, like, okay, we had a few bad weeks in the beginning. Okay, you lower your bet a little bit. So again, if I win blackjack, I win 1 unit, and then I win 2 units, and I win 3 units, and I win 5 units, and then I lose, I'm back to 1 unit. I'm not sitting at 5, I'm back to 1, looking for the next streak. And if I just hit a big streak, I might stay a little bit longer, and then as it gets cold, I pack up and go. I don't want to sit here losing my money on a bad streak. Same thing in poker. If I'm getting aces and somebody's getting trips on me or sets, or somebody's hitting a flush to my straight, I'm getting up and leaving. My luck's not there. So you've got to look at all those peripherals. But that's the idea. You quit winning because you're trying to increase, because this is investing. You're working hard for your money. So you've got 50 grand so let's say you get $5,000 a month or $10,000 a month, whatever. For the 5 months, you got 50 grand. You can afford to gamble, still have the house, still feed your wife, feed your kids, pay the rent. Okay, I got 50 grand. So you have multiple. You can gamble it at a casino, you can gamble it in the stock market, or you can gamble it even more at a bank. And it's your choice is what to do with the money that you earn, but you must understand it. So right now, the best option is to buy gold because it's been pushed down. It's cheap. It's going to go through the roof, and this is going to go to zero. So if we know this is going to zero, it's so obvious. I got to get out of this, and I got to get into gold. That's the most obvious thing there is. And the fact that the mafia and the JP Morgans are keeping the price down, we just understand that. Now, yes, we get frustrated. When is the price going to go up? When is we going to blow up COMEX? Exactly. That's what the problem is that if we're playing poker and we got pocket sevens, the flop's coming right out, right? Okay, we made our bet. Give me the flop. Did I hit my third 7? You know it right away. Football, it's on Sunday. Well, we got what games tonight? We got what? Okay, so let's say Kansas State, Oak State. Kansas State's laying 11. You bet Kansas State. The game's on at what? 7, 8 o'clock. It's over at 11. You know it. So it's a quick thing. If you're buying stock, you can watch the ticker. Oh, I bought Microsoft at 100. It's now 105, or it's now 95. You get instant feedback. Now we're getting frustrated because we're not getting instant feedback on gold. When is it going up? We don't know. It's not a game. It's not Sunday at noon, but we know it will. And you got to have a different mindset for gold and silver. And you got to realize it's cheap. Just keep buying it. Don't get frustrated with the price. Just keep going. Oh, this is great. They're holding the price down for me. Because when it goes up, and then we know the factors of the Russian ruble backed by gold and oil for gold. And once we understand that, gold will go up because it's very limited. 240,000 ounces or 1,000 tons is not a lot of gold, especially when China has 100,000 tons of it. So there's only 144 left, and all the central banks are buying. There's probably 20 or 30,000 tons left. That's about it. And once everybody wakes up, all the $90 trillion of outside the U.S. investment, when they sell to get out, where are they going to go? The only place they can go is gold. Where they're going to buy euros and Swiss francs with it. So I'm in Switzerland, and I realize the dollar's going out, and I pull back my $1 trillion of U.S. into Swiss francs. What am I going to do? Put it in a bank in Switzerland until that goes to zero? Hell no, I'm putting it in gold and silver because now I realize there is no currency. They're all going to zero. But how many people realize that? That's why I get mad at Mark McGuire for not explaining that and talking as the Riddler, where we're going to do ring fence. We're going to ring around the rosy. Mark, nobody knows what the fuck you're saying. If you're going to be on and you're going to teach, teach. Don't fuck around with people. And don't piss people off because we're already anxious enough to get COMEX blown up and get the gold price there. So that's your choice with your extra money. What do I do with the money? So this is how you bet football. You have the amount you can lose, and then you take little chunks and you bet, and then you either add to it or you subtract it, and then maybe you go a little smaller. And then when you start winning, you start making the bet goes from 50 to 75 to 100. The big bet might go from 100 to 200 or 300. The USC Notre Dame game, you might bet 300 on it. So that's what you're looking for as you go. But you're trying to add money to your portfolio. The same as the Attack on Wall Street guy put the money in the real estate trust to turn 60 into 70. The problem is he didn't understand the game, and he didn't understand that the real estate market was about to crash because they're giving out shitty loans to people that couldn't afford it. He didn't understand the game, and he lost. It's like going to play craps and not realizing, hey, this is cool. The 5s and the 9s and the 10s and the 6s are hitting. Oh, wait. Oh, you mean if the 7 hits, I lose everything? So if you don't understand the game, what are you playing it for? Well, my financial advisor, my stockbroker put me in it. Did he not explain the game to you? No, then why aren't you firing the guy? And that's what he did. He didn't get the game explained to him. By the way, you're in real estate trust, which means you're in mortgages. If they start going bad, we need to pull the money out because you're going to start losing if the people who couldn't afford the mortgages in the first place start to not pay, right? So as soon as they stop paying, your real estate trust is fucked because it's based on them paying. We then pay you. If we don't get the payment up front, you don't get the payment. That was not explained. That part of the game was not explained to him. He didn't think he could lose. That's the problem. He wasn't explained the game. He didn't get explained that, by the way, if they don't pay the mortgage, you're going to go broke. Well, why wasn't that explained to him? That's the stockbroker or his financial advisor. That was their job to explain it, not after he lost his money saying, hey, look, buddy, this is investing. You know, you can win or lose. Bullshit. That was your job to explain the game to him that he could lose, and he didn't. So when I tell you to buy gold, and I'm saying you can't lose. So I'm upfront explaining the game to you. Okay, here's gold. It's 2,000 an ounce. Now it's what, 1830 an ounce. So figure 1,900 an ounce, let's say. And you're going to buy it. What's your risk? You don't have a risk because it can't go to zero because there's huge demand for it. And by the way, there's paper gold over here, which are derivatives, JP Morgan. It's not real. It doesn't affect your real physical gold. You want to own physical gold. You don't want to own ETFs or paper gold. You don't want to be in a 401k with it or an IRA because you don't get physical in that. You get paper. So the only way this works is you got to buy physical gold, not paper. So the rules of the game are they're going to be out here with the paper and it's all fucked and don't pay any attention to it. Keep your eye on the physical. It's the dollar's going to zero, which is going to drive your gold price up. You have no risk in it. That's how I'm explaining the game to you. So now you understand the rules of the game, unlike Wall Street, Attack on Wall Street guy or the Madoff people. The Madoff people did not understand the rules of the game. It's a Ponzi scheme. I'm going to get money in and I'm going to give you 14% until I stop getting money in. When I no longer get money in, you don't get money. That's the nature of this game. We call it a Ponzi scheme because if I don't get money in, I can't give you money out. So now that you know the rules of the game, do you want to play? No. Football. Well, we're going to analyze these games and you're going to bet on them. Be careful of the juice. Don't pay 120 or 130. Stay away from MGM. They charge you 130 to win 100. When other sports books will charge you 100 or 110. Our buddy, I think it was Todd, is in Iowa at a Caesars, and it's 112 to win 100. Well, why pay 120 or 130? Because we are going to pick losers, and the less juice you have, the better. That's the rules of the game. And you are going to lose when we lose the bet, but we are going to win. And we are going to win more than we're going to lose. And we're going to differentiate the bet based on how strong we like it. Because there's so many matchups each week. Some are really good. Some are really difficult. So we try to avoid the difficult with the stronger ones. And then we bet more on those. And then we hopefully win it. Like we did with the Rams Seattle lock last week, was a beautiful. We're getting underdogs that basically both won the game, and that's what we're looking. When we see that, that's a real strong bet. But we don't see it that often. So when you don't see it that often, it's hard to play it. But that's the rules of the game. Well, nobody explained you don't get the rules of the game for stocks or bonds or real estate trust. All the shit that these guys, these stockbrokers and financial planners put you in is this, and they don't explain the rules of the game. They don't explain the stock could go down. They don't explain why the stock will go down. And I don't think they understand what inflation is, why the market will drop with inflation, why the currency will go to zero. I don't think they understand the rules of the game to explain them to you. That's why you need me to explain the rules of the game of whatever you're playing. And when I yell at you to get out of the stock market, it's because once these foreigners with the $90 trillion realize that the dollar's worthless, they will sell everything, and that will lower the price. More sales than buys in the stock market, the stock goes down. It's just an auction. So you got to realize and understand that's the game. So when I tell you to get out of the stock market, it's because it's not going up. Things are costing more because of the inflation. How can a stock go up? If the costs go up, the quantity goes down. So here's this at $50. I can sell 100 bottles. And if I raise the price to $75 because of inflation, my volume goes down from 100 bottles to 50 bottles. Well, why would my stock go up? My sales have dropped. My income has dropped because at $50, which is now what's called equilibrium, where it's the perfect price that I'll get the most buyers, so it's like 50 bottles at 100 gives me 5,000, but if it's at 75, I get 25 and it's less than the 1,000, right? So I know at $50 is where I make the most. I get the most buyers and make the most money. But with inflation, I can't sell as much because my costs have went up. And if I raise the price of the bottle, AKA Orioles or Coca-Cola, I get sales dropping because people can't afford the higher prices. So then I go, well, you can buy the Coke, buy one, get one free. So now you got to buy two, but I need you to make a purchase. So then you buy two and okay. But that's the rules of the game. That's what inflation does. How is the stock going to go up when you got to raise prices, which means you lower quantity? So instead of selling 100, I'm going to sell 50. Okay, I'm fucked. That's the rule. That's how the game's played. And you need to understand that. So why would you be in the stock market? What in God's name is going up? You think people are buying Apple phones at $1,500 a piece? No. Do you think people are buying Tesla cars at 100,000 at a 10% interest rate? Who the fuck's buying it? And who wants an electric car? Nobody. Why would I be in Tesla stock? Why is it going up? Because it's corrupt and they're printing this, which is lowering their value, and they're taking that money and buying Tesla stock with it because it's all a scam. It's a Madoff. Because there's no reason that Tesla stock should even be above $5 a share right now. Look at Ford and GM. They should be going out just real soon. But that's the rule of the game. So that's why would you be in the stock market with higher costs that they can't pass on to the customers? So we don't have more money to buy it, so therefore we're not going to buy as much. So I might, if I buy Cheerios, instead of buying them every week, I might buy them every other week. I can afford them twice a month, not every week. And you just basically keep doing that. So I can't be in the stock market. Bonds are useless because this is being inflated. So you got to understand inflation in the game. Inflation is this being devalued to zero. This is losing its value. So anything I'm in that requires the dollar, I'm fucked because the value is dropping. So I don't want to be in treasuries. I don't want to be in the money market. I don't want to be in real estate trusts because people aren't going to be able to afford their mortgages. They're going to collapse. What's not going to collapse? And that's what leads us to gold, is the only thing that has not gone way up, that is not going to go way down. It's going to go way up once people realize that. And they're doing their best so you don't realize the game. So here comes JP Morgan and all the news company. Oh, you don't want to buy gold. You call up your financial planner, your stockbroker, whoever helps you. Oh, no, we don't want to buy gold. We don't get commission on that, so we don't want to sell it to you because I don't give a fuck about you. I just want you to buy stuff so I get commission. Oh, now I understand the game. You're out to fuck me. And that's what you got to understand is the game. And that's what you don't understand. That's what I do understand. That's why we're here. So the game, there's many games that they don't want to tell you. When Mark McGuire does his little spiel today and talks about ring fences and the Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey circus, he's not telling you about the game. You don't know what the fuck he means. You got to explain the game to us, Mark, or Alligator. Egon explains the game very well. The money's going to zero. Gold will go through the roof. Just hold your gold. It might take a week. It might take a month. It might take a year. Just be patient. COMEX will blow up. Just be patient. And that's really all you got to do. But when we get frustrated is when Andy Scheckman and Rick Ruled and Rick Reichert and a cowboy guy, they don't explain the rules of the game to us, do they? Oh, buy gold. It's going to go up. Why? Oh, the dollar, they don't even know what inflation is. They don't even understand the rules of the game themselves. Inflation is not prices going up. It's the dollar losing value because you're overprinting it like a Topps baseball card. But where do you hear the rules of the game? You don't know the rules of the game. And on purpose, they keep you from learning the rules of the game. Because if you understood the rules of the game, everybody and their mother would be in gold right now. There would be no other option. And we would, I assume, blow up COMEX because of everybody buying it. I assume that's how it blows up, is between the gold, the oil for gold from Russia, because they can't take dollars. And they they don't want rupees. They don't want Indian dollars. They don't want, euros. They don't, because they can't do anything with them. They want gold. And then they got to gold back the ruble because it's losing its value. And they're sitting on all this gold, and China's sitting on all this gold, waiting to do a gold back yuan or a gold back BRICS. So they're all waiting for this dollar to collapse. That's the game. But they don't want to tell you that. They don't want you to buy gold. They want you to go broke, and you'll need the government. The problem is the government will be broke, and there will be chaos because there won't be a government, because if they don't have money, there is no government. So they I guess are planning, well, we'll do CBDCs. No, you won't, because it needs money. You need money to play the game. You can't play Monopoly without the money. You cannot go to dinner without this. We're using gold to buy more of that. We got a Mantle card to buy more of that. But this is the key, and they'll come out with a new dollar. Now, does it need to be a dollar or a digital? I would say if the digital means you're going to track me and control me, fuck you. If it doesn't mean that, I don't know. I still want to be able to walk around and go to the poker room, give them 300 of these and get chips, play poker, cash out, get 500 back, and say, thank you very much. I still want to do that. I don't want digital. I don't want anybody knowing I went to Amsterdam. I don't want anybody to know I went to the casino and gambled. I don't want anybody to know that. That's not their business. My life, my business. What I do is up to me. If I share it with you, I share it with you. You're my family, but I don't need the government knowing I bought gold or that I played poker. That's not their business. They're supposed to work for us, not against us. So we understand the rules of the games. And you understand football, a little bit baseball. Baseball, I try to help you with the pitchers. You want to bet it, bet the pitchers. You want to bet football, you bet the defense. And if they have a good quarterback, then that helps too. That makes it a better bet. Then we learned how to bet, right? You get the bankroll is money over and above your monthly expense. If your monthly expense is $3,000 now, that takes money away from your football. But you've got to be able to take care of your family. I don't want to see any of this, two guys and fries, that movie, right? Where the guy's crying, he's in his red Ferrari that he can't afford anymore because he doesn't know how to bet, and he got talked into it by Matthew McConaughey. And I'm like, fuck him. That's not how you bet. If he's just picking the games, why are you listening to him? Why are you betting so much on the game? You're out of your fucking mind. You bet what you can afford to lose. Then you don't have all the crying. If they bet more, it's their fault, not mine. I tell you and teach you how to bet and why. And if you got a $10,000 bankroll and you bet $10,000, you're out of your fucking mind. Don't blame me if the game loses, because I can't guarantee 100% all the games will win. I can guarantee you roughly about 75% of the games win. That's what I don't guarantee it, but that's about what I do. I can go 3 out of 4, but mixing them in the teasers is the key. It's playing this team, and do I play Oklahoma in 2 teasers? Do I play my locks in 2 teasers? What am I doing? And normally I play my locks in 2 teasers. Otherwise, it wouldn't be locks. If I didn't love the game, I wouldn't lock it. I don't lock to sell it. I lock because I love the game, and I have a very good confidence it'll win. Now, it still loses once in a while, but as we saw Seattle and the Rams, they both won. I was very confident in them, and I had them in 2 teasers, and I had them for more money because that's what I want. I want to bet those for more money because I want to increase my bankroll. That's what I want to bet on in those games, but they're not always there. So I got to bet the lesser ones, and that's the problem. If I lose the lesser ones, the Texas-Kansas was a very small bet, but I like Kansas in the points and Syracuse against Clemson. I like those teams as dogs, but I played them very, very small. I don't want to get burnt by those, but I do like the game, but I don't love the games. Like Oklahoma this week. I love Oklahoma this week. Now, they might lose to Texas 38-0. It could happen. That's football. The quarterback could get hurt the first play. That's football. But that's what you got to understand. That's why we don't make huge bets, because of the injury factor of football. So we got to just bet enough, take our money, build it up. And then hope Mahomes doesn't get hurt on a big Mahomes bet or something. But that's what you're trying to do. Build your bankroll, build your money up. And that's what you're trying to do in stocks, bonds, real estate trust, and the bank. The problem with the bank, they tried to sell me a 9% annuity, and I told them to fuck off because the money I'm using is fiat currency going to zero. Even if I make 9%, you know what? 9% of zero is zero. So if I give you 20 grand and you give me 9% back, the 20 grand is already worth 15 because of the inflation. And the 20, so I make the 9%, but wait a minute, I started with 20, I got 22, but it's really worth 15 because it's inflated dollars. Well, they're not being nice. They're not explaining the game to you that there's the inflation and what it is. They don't even know what it is. They scramble the definition so much that you don't even know what inflation is till somebody like me walks around and goes, no, they're all fucked up. It's they printed too much. It's worthless. It's going to zero. But you got to run into me to find somebody who can teach you the rules of the game, not these bozos who don't even know the rules of the game. Oh, inflation's price is going up. No, it's not. That's the effect of it because the dollar went down. And I think that's what Alligator tries to say. He doesn't say it right. He says it's not gold going up, it's the dollar going down. No, it is gold going up, but the value of the dollar, it takes more dollars to buy it. So the way it should be said is in 1971, gold was $35 an ounce. The same ounce of gold today is $2,000. So the value of the currency is went from you only needed 35 to buy the ounce to now you need 2,000 to buy the ounce. That's how you explain money losing value and gold going up because it takes more dollars because they're inflated. And then at what point does the game end, which is when the dollar is worthless? And then at what point does gold go from 2,000 to 20,000 is when the game opens up and now we don't have paper gold anymore. So we're waiting for the physical gold game to begin. That's what Bobby and Luke want to know when. And I say it's coming, but we don't have a scheduled time. Russia's helping it with what they're doing. And then we'll have a new game rolled out called physical gold. And that will be free market. That's the game we want to play, but it isn't there yet. So all we can do is take advantage of the bullshit paper game. As they hold the gold price down, we know it's worth more. So we understand that part of the game and we go buy it and buy it and buy it and buy it. That is what we are doing now. We're in the paper game waiting for the physical game to start. So if you look at it like that, I think you'll have a better understanding of why I tell you to buy gold, why you should buy gold, why you can't really go into the stock market or the bonds or the banks because the dollar is going out. So if you have 100 grand in the bank, A, it's not worth 100 grand anymore. B, can you even get it out of the bank? Because the game is the bank doesn't have your money in it and they're going to cheat you and not let you get your money out. That's the other part of the game I'm worried about. So all my money's in the safe, not in the bank. So I don't have to worry about getting it out. And if I need to, I just run and buy more gold with it if the gold's out there, because we don't know when the game ends, the paper game ends. So we run to get gold at these prices before the paper game ends and the physical game starts. And the physical game is going to start with a gold price of 10,000 on its way up to 50, on its way till the dollar goes out, on its way to gold being priced in gold, not in dollars. That's where that game goes. And that's what we're waiting is for that game to start. It is hard to be patient, but if you understand that's what the game is, it's a hell of a lot easier to wait for it than go, when's it going to happen? When's it going to happen? So that's what you must understand. We understand it. Let's go to girls. What's the game? Do they like me or not? Do I want to spend time with them? Do I want to spend money on them? Do they want to spend time with me? Or do they only want my money? Do they want me because I'm attractive? Do they want me? Why do they want me? I'm a good father for their kid. Or what is the game with the girls? That's the other game that so many people have such problems with. The girl doesn't understand the game. We don't understand the game. She's attractive. You start talking to her and you get these girls that don't know how to talk. Okay, forget them. And then you see a girl who talks well, but she's not pretty. So you're looking for a girl who talks well, that's pretty, that you like, that she likes you. And then you start going out with and then trying to ask them out. I was watching this movie yesterday with, who's that guy? I can't think of his name. Anyway, so I'm watching this movie and this guy's broke up with his girlfriend because he moved from New York to LA and he's struggling talking to girls. And then he's still in love with his girl from New York, but so he meets a girl in the bar and they're telling him, well, she gave you the number, don't call her for 3 days or 2 days or whatever. They're making the rules up as he goes. So he doesn't know what to do. Do I call her in 2 days? Do I call her in 3 days? Is that the game? Are the rules the same with each girl? No. Oh, what's the word? My mind's going. You'll look pathetic. You'll look desperate. That's the word. You'll look desperate if you call her. Oh, she's nice. I want to talk to her. I want to spend time with her. Why would I want to wait? I'm not seeing anybody now. I meet this girl. I want to spend more time. And off you go. That's like, but with me, I'm playing 3 games at the same time. I've got Daria and I've got Jenna, and I like them both. They like me both. So I'm like, well, let's play both games. And, we enjoy each other. Me and Jenna, me and Daria. I'm waiting to go to Russia to meet her. So we talk every day and we're happy. We don't care. There's no rules. We both say whatever's on our mind and we both understand that, and that's fine. But that's what you do is you meet. But the girl that you can talk about anything and do everything with is what you're looking for. That's the game you're looking for. A lot of girls are just, you're too quick. They panic. Most girls don't understand there is a game and get very, they're very paranoid. They're very emotional. They don't understand the game. That's like if you take a girl to play poker, she's too emotional. She doesn't understand it. Or craps, she's too emotional. She can't think about the game. That's the difference between men and women. We're not as emotional. They're very emotional. So if I see a girl and I try to talk to them, I'm fine with it. I don't have a problem talking to them, but they have a problem talking back to me or listening to me or anything. And so you're looking for the girl you can talk to, who's pretty, who is available, and you can spend time with, because that's all you're trying to do. That's the problem with marriage, is to try to get one girl, but there's 1,000 of them. So how do you have one girl only and not, wait, you see this girl and she wants to play the game with you. And you're like, but I'm with this other girl. And you might be missing this new girl's better. It's a better game with the new girl or these girls. That's what you run into. They don't know what the game is. And you're both trying to figure out what the game is. And at the end of the day, do you enjoy spending time with them? Do you need common interests? Maybe you do, maybe you don't. Maybe you like your free time. Let her go out with the girls. You watch football. You go to the casino and play poker, and she's out with the girls. And then you meet later on. Do you need her playing poker with you? Do you need her watching football with you? Who knows? Depends on the girl. But so you live in your life with your rules and your game, and she lives in her life with her rules and her games. And, so how do you mesh the game? That's the $1 million question that nobody knows. That's why there's so many divorces. You meet one girl and you play the game, and then the game changes, and then you meet this other girl and you'd rather be with the other girl. Well, what do you do with the first girl if you married her? That's why it's very hard to get married. And there's too many girls that you might want to play the game with. I don't mean sexually, but everything, right? Dinner and talk to and sex and all the things, go on vacation with. So it's a very tricky, this is the game I want to play. Do you want to play that game? And some of the girls, I don't want to have sex with you. Well, what kind of game is that? I don't want to play that game. So you got to be on the same game. That's really the problem. Some girls just want your money. I don't want to play that game. I don't want to give you money. That's not the game I want to play. I want to play where I give you a little bit of money, not all my money. And then if I don't give you money, you start screaming. So that's where they're just with you for the money. I don't like that game. I don't like the game where you're yelling at me. I don't like the game, so you get the rules of the game down. So in that movie, the girl is dating somebody else, and he meets her. Now he wants to date her. She gets mad because she says, "Well, wait a minute. I don't want to date that. You're making me choose between dating him and dating you." And then she finally decides to date him. But then she had sex with somebody else 5 years ago, and he gets all upset. He doesn't understand the game. So he's fucked with the game. He doesn't get the game. He loves her, but doesn't even understand the game. Then he ends up losing her, and then it's a shitty ending. They don't get back together. Well, what the fuck's the point of the movie then? I like a happy ending, damn it. I like my teams to win. I like my full house to stand up. So that's what you're really trying to do, is understand the game. But with women or life, it's different. At work, how the fuck do you understand that game? Well, I'll do what the boss says, even though I don't want to do it, or I don't know how to do that. I've had jobs that ask me to do shit. I don't know how to do it. I can't do that. It's not in my skill set, right? So working is extremely difficult to play that game, just to try to, because you're more or less, women you can replace if you're a guy, or vice versa. You can meet another guy, you can meet another girl, depending what you are, and that doesn't really affect it, right? Unless you're married, then you got to get divorced. That's why. So why get married? It better be, the girl better play the game with you, the game you like to play, and she likes it. It's the same game. It's a fit, right? The game fits for both of you, then you can get married. Most of the time, the games don't fit. The girl's with you for money or protection, or to have a friend, whatever it is, and then you might find somebody else that plays the game better with you. So that's everything in life's game playing, right? Money, football, whatever. And that's really what nobody understands, is what are the rules of the games. So you might want to talk to a girl. She doesn't want to talk to you. You're like, okay, see you later. I don't, oh, the girl smiled at me, so maybe I can talk to her, but then maybe you don't like her. So you've got to play all these trials to figure out if the girl, but then when you get the girl, what do you do if you meet another girl? So in that one movie with the phone guy, he finally meets a girl at a bar, and the girl in New York calls him, but he's moved on to the new girl he just met in the bar. And he's been waiting for this girl in New York to call him for months. She finally calls him, and he says, see you later. I've met this new girl. And that's my point. So there's always a new girl that you meet, or a new guy that you like, because it's a new game. And maybe you're bored of that game and you like the new game. Last week was take the Rams as the dog with Seattle. But this week, they're not there. I don't have that bet. So I've got to figure out a new bet. I got a new game I got to figure out to play. So I'm figuring out the games this week to figure out what I want to bet on. That's the study part of it. So it's the same thing with women or work. You have to figure out the girl that you want to be with, that you know what the game is. Is it money? Is it sex? Is it talking? Is it whatever? However you get together. But you can't have secrets, and you can't lie to her. That's the hard part that most people can't do. Most people can't always lie. And to me, just trust the person. There's nothing that they haven't heard or done that would prevent. And if she doesn't like you for what you did that you need to lie about, then what's the point? Then the game's over, right? So you can't lie, because they can read it. And that's all I say. That's all I say to the girls. No lying. No yelling, and no lying. Just tell me. I don't care. Whatever you've done, it's fine with me. I don't care about that. I just care about you. And that's how the point works. So, but that's my game, and everybody has their own game, and everybody's got to figure out what the hell they're doing. But it's very interesting. But that's what makes life good or bad, right? The guy was all upset in the movie because he missed the girl. And he couldn't find a new game till near the end. And you're going, well, why didn't he call the girl? Well, he left her to go to LA. but he didn't play the game right. He shouldn't be upset at the girl for not calling. He should call her every day. We're going to talk every day. I'm on WhatsApp with Jenna and Daria every day. They're in the Ukraine and Russia. I'm in America, in Michigan. We talk every day. We text. I'm not a long text. How you doing? I'm going to swim. I'm doing class. I'm looking for a job. I'm cooking dinner. Simple things like that just to keep the communication open, and then you move on. Now, I don't text her all the time. Okay, I'm at the pool. I'll send her a picture or something, and that's it. Or I take the picture here to say, look, I'm teaching class now. But that's the game, and she likes the game. They both like the game, so we're fine. They both trust me. They both like how I treat them. They ask for a little bit of money, which I'm comfortable with, not too much. So playing the game with them works out fine. But the only rule is just don't lie. You don't need to lie. You can tell me you're out with a guy. I'm fine with that. I'm not stupid. You're in Russia in a war, or you're in Ukraine in a war, and you see a guy, go have a good time with him. What am I going to do? It's only sex. So what are you supposed to do about it? Get all hung up on it? Like I control her. You can only have sex with me. I mean, that's insane. Why? Who cares? To me, it's just like golf. You go out and play golf. You enjoyed it. Fine. You go have sex. You enjoyed it. Fine. People make the biggest deal out of nothing. But that's usually the problem, right? She cheated on me. He cheated on me. You're looking at another guy. I mean, it's all childish. It's all infantile. What do you think? You're the only one? They see another. When you see a girl, another pretty girl, you don't look at her? Like, come on. So that's really the game that you both need to understand. But you need to understand the same game that you're doing. And you got to realize it's a game, which nobody does. So the biggest is the childish when the jealousy comes in. That should never be part of the game, but it is. Oh, she looked at another guy or whatever, or she cheated on me or this or that. It's part of the game. You should know that up front. That's what she's going to do. And then you decide, do I want to play the game with her or not? Or vice versa. And you can't lie about it. You can never lie about it. Hey, yeah, this girl's pretty. I'm going to go see her. But you got to know that's part of the game in the beginning. Can I do that? And if it's no, then say, see you later. I want to find somebody I can play the game with that will allow that. Or you can do that in our game. Go ahead. That's fine. And that's what needs to be established to start the game, which isn't. And then people get jealous. You looked at him or her. What are you jealous for? That's part of the game. It's all part of the game. You just need to understand the rules. The only rule I have is don't lie to me. Don't tell me you weren't out with a guy. If you were, I don't care that you were out with the guy. I do care if you lie to me. That's disrespectful. That's the one thing that that can't be in my game. You can't lie. Everything else will work in the game. But it's all the same thing. Stocks, money, football, work. It's all a game. You just got to understand the rules. Get to the rules in the beginning. So then it's not a big deal when something happens, won't break the rules. So if you go through life like that and understanding what we're doing with football, what we're doing with gold, those rules, the game of the money, the game of the girl, the game of the gambling, the game of poker, if you understand it and set the rules, you'll be fine. You'll never have a problem if you understand it. It's only when you don't understand the rules or the rules, you haven't discussed the rules and then that happens, then that's the problem with it. So we buy gold because the rules of our game is the dollar game is ending. You don't want to play in the dollar game because it's all going to zero. The Titanic sunk. So you're fucked. So get out of that. So it's always the rule of the games. And that's true in any part of life. Madoff, the rule of the game was I'm going to give you 15%. And you're going to say how, and if he says, I'm not going to tell you, is that part of the game? And when he goes bankrupt, that's part of the game. You knew Something was up when he wouldn't tell you how he made the money, but you're getting 15% a month. Well, wait a minute. How are you doing it? I can't tell you. Okay, so in my game, then does that work? And then when he goes broke and doesn't pay you, you can't get upset because in the game you knew he was fucking around anyway. So that's it. It's mostly money that nobody understands the game. And girls, of course, because they don't even understand. Nobody understands that game. It's a tough game, but you've got to be honest and you've got to be upfront, and then let them decide. I like to eat meat, right? I like to eat steak and Chinese. And the girl says, I don't eat meat. Then you got to decide: do I want a girl who doesn't eat meat, but I like steaks? Does she have a problem that I eat meat and she doesn't eat meat? That should be decided up front. Then you understand the game, and then you either move forward or you move out and say, no, I need a girl that likes steaks. I need a girl that likes gold. I need a girl that understands to get out of the stock market. I need a girl that understands I watch football and I handicap it. I need the girl that understands I'm an economist. I need a girl to understand me. Then I can understand her. Like me and Jenna and me and Daria, we understand each other. They both know what I do. They both are fine with it. And we're good together. So when me and Jenna go on trips, we're fine together. We understand each other, and that's it. We just have a good time. That's like, I don't know if she eats meat. I get ribs or steaks and she eats it. But if she doesn't want to eat it, I don't care. She can do what she wants. My game is just to make her happy. That's my game. Her game is just to make me happy. She doesn't bother me. She does bother me with stains on my shirts, which is not a big part of the game, so I don't care. I just kind of laugh at it going, I'm a bad eater, as you can see here. So I eat and I get food on my shirt and it stains, and she doesn't like that. But what are you going to do? But it's not a big deal. So anyway, that's kind of the rules of life. It's all a game. There's games in everything, and you just got to understand the rule of the game. Right now, we're waiting for the gold game to start, the physical gold game. We're waiting to start. So to start the game, you collect gold and silver. That's the start of the game. Collect as much as you can. Then when the prices start going up, the game starts. So right now we're collecting, right? So this is the beginning of the game. We're collecting. And when you look at it like that, and you know that the paper game is ending, it's coming to a conclusion, and the physical game is going to start, it's much easier to buy your gold. But remember, the game is to collect as much gold and silver as you can now, and get out of the market, get out of the dollar, get off the Titanic. That's the game that you need to understand, that I try to teach you. So once you understand that, then you got a stockbroker or financial planner, and they call you up and they want to do business. You ask them about the paper gold game and see if they even understand it, which they probably won't. And since they don't get commissions on it, they're going to lead you back into the paper game that's collapsing. Now you can say, go fuck yourself. I'm waiting for the physical gold game to start. And then you'll be all right. Anyway, 4 hours is my limit. I'm exhausted. Okay, so tomorrow we got college football at noon. So I will be on at 10. And off we go. Your free game tomorrow is Oklahoma plus the 12.5. The free Sunday play is the Miami Dolphins laying 4.5 to the New York Giants and their 30-point defense. So we're looking for Tug to have a big day. I have 2 locks going. I have a pro college lock and a college lock, and they're not involved with Oklahoma or Miami. Just an FYI. I have a lot of picks going in college. A lot of good play. A lot of good games I figured out that I want to bet on, and the same in the pros. I had Washington over yesterday, and now with one of my locks. So that's the start of it. I hate these Thursday games. Nobody could have expected that score. I expected this score, but not like that. I didn't expect the Bears to put up 40 points. Well, I guess I wasn't that afraid because Washington's defense sucked, which is why I bet it over. So again, you're trying to figure out how to play the game, picking the football games. So in that rule, in the girl rule, you're trying to figure out what is the game and how do I play it and how do I kind of explain the girl to get her to play the game the way I want to play the game. That won't offend her. So Dari asked me something. She said, it was something that came up. Oh, I said, please text me. I'm your boyfriend. I don't want to go 4 or 5 days without hearing from you. I says, I love you. I care for you. I got to know you're okay. You're in fucking Russia. So she says, okay, I get it. She says, teach me, teach me what other things upset you or what I need to do or what I need not to do. So she's willing to understand the game. I says, just don't lie. Just don't lie to me. Just, you can do whatever you want. Just don't lie to me. And she's fine with it. So that works real well. But that's after, now she likes me. Now she trusts me. Now she's safe with me. Now we can change some part of the game, and she's fine with it. So you get the girl that will go along with you once they kind of see it. So the game may not start when you first meet. It might start a month in or 2 months in or whenever they understand. Once they understand you, then they can understand the game, and then you want to play or not. And if they don't want to play, then you say, fuck you and move on. And if they do want to play, then you found somebody you can play the game with. And, it's tough to get married because then you can't play the game with anybody else. That's the hard part. So you got to play the game with the right girl in the beginning so you can play more than one game, basically. Otherwise, it'll never work out. I mean, very rarely, unless you find the perfect girl for the perfect game, you're gonna see other games out there. This one guy, and I'll let you go. I'm in the hot tub, and this guy, we're not really friends, but we talk, and he says, I'm getting married. And I go, why? Why would you get married? He couldn't answer the question. He got mad at me. He says, why? I'm in love. And I go, so? And when that burns out, then what are you going to do? He couldn't answer the question, so he got frustrated at me. And the question's a very honest question. Why would you choose to get married? I says, well, what if you meet a girl at Target? Or what if a girl comes in the club that you like? Or what if you're at dinner and you like the waitress? I mean, there's so many other girls out there. Are you sure this is the one? That's the answer I was waiting for. Yep, she's it. But he couldn't answer that. He just said, I love her. Well, big deal. You see girls you love all the time. That doesn't mean anything. So that was the point of that. And he got mad at me, but I don't think to this day he understands why I asked the question. He took it negatively, and it wasn't a negative question. It was an honest question. What if you meet this other girl and you're married to this girl? Are you thinking that far ahead? You're not. You're just, you like this one girl today, but that doesn't mean anything. I tried to say it's not going to, the odds on it lasting for you to get married and lasting 10 years and you not meeting another girl are slim to none. That's not going to happen. So you got to get the right girl who understands all that. And same for her. She's going to see other guys. So you've got to play the game properly because it'll never work. You cannot just be with one girl and just ignore all the other girls, and same thing with her. She's not going to just see you and then not see any other guys. That's just bullshit. That's not reality. And that's why most divorces happen, or money, one or the other. All right, I'm going to eat dinner. www.teaserking.com. Have a good day. Good luck. Again, Oklahoma and the Miami Dolphins are the free picks. Be on at 10 o'clock tomorrow. Take care.